Okay, so this may work, this may not. You are going to have to tell me if it is working or not. And I am going to apologize now because it might not be. It might not be. I have got live chat up. I have got OBS running it all. I have got a Bruships Q&A supposed to have gone live now. He says, although the video seems to be a bit delayed in terms of it's not working. Go live. So we've got the Bruships Q&A live, which he says, I go to display capture, should be showing up. But I don't want that. I want to remove that. Yes, I want to remove display capture. I want to have window capture. And I want to have a specific window. Okay. Yes. Now you work. Now you're doing it for me. Thank you. Da-da-da-da. Ya-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da. Dee-dee. It's going to be display catcher. Yeah. Hello. So the Q&A is working. And hopefully you can all hear me. And yes, there is a keyboard cam for a reason. There is a keyboard cam because something was delivered today. Something very cool was delivered. And this is something which I've never been able to really show you before as much, because the keyboard is going to go well away at this point. So any keyboard controls you expect me to use ain't going to happen. Speaking of that, there's a bit of dirt in my keyboard, which was not very professional. But hey ho. Right then. So. Now. Stay. Keyboard cam is my old broadcasting camera. And so it's been put on actually my old mic boom, so I can do this. Basically, it's an unboxing. Now, I'm not going to go through all of these today because they are lovely, but I'm going to go through some of them today. But this has been my idea, has basically been to buy these, which is going to sound strange, but my idea has been to buy these so I would have the ability to have pictures for my flower class book and for my U class book as well. Some of the pictures will come from this. So that is what I've been doing. Now, I wanted to test out whether OBS would work doing all this, and I have downrated it to 30 frames per second to make it actually work and all be happy. Normally, when I'm broadcasting on OBS and recording on OBS, I do it at 60 frames per second because it's set up for, of course, a Twitch broadcast and for the various things we show through there, which is a higher frame rate and is better quality. I do like doing it at 60 fps, and normally it will be at 60 fps, but I think for Bruships, especially when I'm going to do book reviews and I want a second camera up, 30 means the two cameras actually sync up. When I tried to do it at 60 frames per second, the two cameras did not get on with each other, and it was causing trouble with the system. So, right then. Now time to say hello to everyone and then have a drink. Hello Wayne, hello Wayne, hello Jack Ray, hello Knight6831, hello Runon, hello... Why is... There is someone hidden underneath the Q&A at the top for me. I'm not. I think it might. It might be Stafford, but I'm not sure. It could also be 9681. So, hello. Hello, Stephen Richards. Hello, Steve Clarke. Hello, Byron Newman. Hello, G40. Hello, Albazaski. Hello, Frank Baumel. Hello, Tanya Felica. Hello, Leslie Mitchell. Hello, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. It's Canadian Thanksgiving today, isn't it? Hello, Mark Gooch. And hello, Leslie Mitchell. And everyone, basically. Hello, everyone. So, here you go. Let's open this up and see what we've got in here. Now, right, as you can see, I had some fun on eBay. I have not opened this up yet, so I have no idea which series these are from. This is from Series 17. These are numbers 2 onwards, Series 17. Okay. I'm going to need a lot more space than I thought I did to organise this, aren't I? Alright. I should probably be wearing gloves, but hello. These are original 1940s. Well, these are from 1942. Literally the history of the war told week by week. And I managed to pick them all up for £10. That is Series 24. Okay, so that should go over here. I've got to pick up I plan on getting a whole load more of these, but it's kind of cool the ones I've got. This is Series 22, so they go about after Series 20, for Series 24. This is Series 19. Oh, there's some more from Series 24 there. 19 go under 17. Yes, these are original editions. Yes, I am slightly worried about the fact that I have them. Hi, Paul Amos. Is the book camera reverse mirrored? Yes, it is. So it should be coming to you the right way up. It's flipped vertically. So that you should be able to see the writing the correct way up on the screen. And ooh, this is Series 24 again, book 19 and number 20. So they go in Series 24. Ooh, all sorts of. This is going to be fun. Then I think we have a cover from series number 9, but that's on a series number 11 book. Series 14. Oh, this is so much fun. Hang on, where are you? What are you? Comanche's visit to Portsmouth. We're going to have to track that one down. Ooh, mosquito. So yeah, this is going to be a bit of a restoration job working through all this, and for any archivist who's watching this, they're going to absolutely hate me because I'm not using gloves. But the reason I'm not using gloves is because of the type of paper these are, and to an extent, I can go more by feel if I'm careful, but my hands are dry. I have made sure they are dry. Oh, we have Series 14. Okay, Series 14 is earlier than Series 17. That was Series 13 there, I just put down there. Oh, more from Series 14. There's a... Oh! British submarine success. U-boat sunk during patrol off Norway. Met a German U-boat on the surface and torpedoed her. Very good. Very good work. And you get a picture, nice picture of them on here. We have Series 13. I'm going to need to sort this all out. It's going to be amazing. But I wanted you to see the unboxing, because in a nice way, this is the things you and your supporters made possible. It makes possible for me to hawk around like a denizen on the joyous place that is eBay and go, what can I spy? And shall I make a bid on that? And see how much I can get it for. Alright then, we have one here which has sort of combined. Let's see what the damage is, whether it's a little bit of water damage or just packing damage. I think it's just static. Okay, you didn't see this. Fun fact, while I was restringing my telecast today and tuning in, I began to wonder if ships had bomb disposal units, did they? Yes. Fleet diving teams. And of course also the weapons officer, the ammunition officers, etc. would all act as bomb disposal teams aboard the ships. But fleet diving units were especially important in the Falklands War. That's going to require a little bit of work to get through, but I think we might be able to get that apart without causing too much damage. But I don't want to push it now. Oh, more from number 17. Ooh. Series 24, number 1. Burma, Philip Joubert, US Air Power, all the silks. Ooh, HMS Searcher. Huh? And a Hellcat, a Wildcat actually. Oh, right. Let's would it be correct that if the development team had not crashed at Farnborough, 1952 Farnborough, the Royal Navy would have gone for the plane? I think they went for it though, even whether it did crash from memory. So frankly, I don't doubt crashing endears them to it even more. Is it an accident the next Bruships are the same to the books, or are there many? There are that many. It's all these magazines. Because, in the nicest way, I'm not going to go... I'm answering questions, etc. I'm not going to get through all of them today by any stretch of the imagination. And whilst they're picture books, I want to give them, do them justice. And I've never opened them up before. So we're basically going to spend the next 3 Bruships going through these books. And just seeing some of the interesting pictures that survive. Ooh! Enemy supply ship attacked in the Aegean Sea. By Beaufighters. More victims of the RAF. Beaufighters in the Mediterranean Command. History of the war in brief. What's been going on in the last week. And yes, you can still find these on eBay, and yes, I am slowly working through and trying to buy more. Basically, there's a competition between me and Drac about who can buy the most, I think, going on. Ah, Strategy of the Air War. That'd be interesting to read. Oof. Artist impression. Attack on the Hague. Precautions against malaria infection. Yes, I did just scratch my head. I should probably do something with my hand now. Damaged dry dock at Naples repaired. Royal Navy built and fitted new gates and refloated the minesweeper within 8 days. There you go. Probably with a hefty help from the Italians, but yes. Oh, good lord. Enemy ships attacked off the Dutch coast. Canadian Card of Honour being inspected by the King. That's that one. After taking a prominent part in a successful operation against the enemy in the Far East waters, one of our Her Majesty's submarines arrives home and returned welcomed by the crew of the depot ship. And it's flying, if I'm not mistaken, a Jolly Roger. Let me bring this up closer to the picture so you can see. I think it's flying a Jolly Roger, which means a very successful patrol. Ooh, number 9 of Series 17. Egypt's defence. Our Royal Ordnance Factories, according to Right Honourable Sir Andrew Duncan MP. This is a really, really cool find. And please note, yes, I am in the process of hopefully acquiring more. Ooh, camouflage on a cruiser. Escorting a convoy. Now, what convoys do you think would have a cruiser escort? Do you think it'd be a transatlantic convoy, or an Arctic convoy, or a Mediterranean convoy? And looking at that particular drawing, what kind of cruiser does it look like? Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. It has got 3, read it, 3 666-inch turrets. That's a hard one to work out what it is. 2 stacks, 3 666-inch turrets in that pan. Your overhead camera is mirrored. Born stock, you overhead camera in mirrored? It is mirrored, yeah. It's so when I put my hand in, it's the same. It should be the right way up for you all to see. These came out in 1942, 1940. They had them going from the beginning of the war. Rapid Razorback. Black Maximus, if Lexington class United States had been built, what do you think they would have renamed her? I'm guessing Revolutionary War Battle? They might have actually left her as, let's be honest, America's politicians at a certain point are hubristic enough to have a USS United States going around. And then there's the trouble, if you rename her, that could be unlucky, and also if you rename her, is that a sign of weakness and fear? We see your key camera as mirrored. Flip it back. Properties. Oh yeah. Ah, no. I see what's done. You see, I've got it flipping vertically, so it's the right way up for you all. And I think it's also flipping the text. It shouldn't be. Your camera is back to front. Well, the trouble is, if I have it that way, the camera's upside down. The video's upside down. So that's my problem. If I don't have it flipped, it's upside down. And that looks weird. So to have it the right way up, I have to have it flipped vertically, which is what I have done. I don't have it flipped horizontally, and I can't apparently flip it horizontally. Yes, the text is mirrored, but it's flipping it vertically, not horizontally, so the pictures are the right way up. So you're seeing it actually as I'm looking at it. So basically you're getting the same view as I do. You're getting my eye view. But the text is being a bit flipped. Camera needs to be rotated on the flare camera arm, if at all possible. Not really possible positioning. It's in my big belly getting in the way. Let's see, what can we do? Well, that's a slightly better view, but that's not really helping in terms of its. Let's Let's see if we can't do that. And that's going to be going. Hello. That's not really much help. So there you go. There's that. Is that going to work? Is that going to stay, starters? No, it's not staying. No, not help. I'm more keen to try and show the fact that when I sit down I have a big belly than it is to actually see the picture. Oh, let's see what I can figure out. Let's see if I do. Will that work in that form? I don't think so, but let's see. That's going to be the wrong way up for more. So it needs to be that way round because that's what they want it to be. Correct. That one goes there. That one's a mess. That one was sort of working. Don't do that. Oh, well, hang on. If you do that, that doesn't really help me at all. Does it help me at all? If I do. Hey, Caramel. Let's see, what can we do? Is that going to be better? Oh, let's go to properties and then flip vertically, change round. Okay. Oh yeah, I can now. Well, now it's going to be a little bit more work from me, and I'm going to have this occasionally appearing. But you know, there you go. How's that? Am I ever going to finish Belfast? Depends when they send me the right parts. No, they've been very helpful. I will hopefully get Belfast done at some point. And at which point this camera will be rather useful. But other times this is going to be dog cam. That's the thing. That's the thing. Leslie, it was mirrored up, down, not left, right. I need to get a camera mount for this. I need to. If I'm going to start doing these sort of things on a regular basis, which I hope to do, as I hope to get more of these magazines and make it a sort of ongoing thing of finding these picture magazines, etc., and doing these kind of things in Bruships, I am going to have to get a specific mount. But at the moment, I'm using my old boom mount, which I can't use because... Camera, I'm going to have to borrow you for a second. The only place that I can mount it successfully, hello camera, is kind of janky. And to say it's kind of janky is to be polite. Because yes, it's hanging off a bookshelf. So, yeah, there you go. But I suppose that does give me this to control with. Although, I think the at-resting position of the old version was but slightly better. Oh yeah. Ooh. You're now getting me in stereo. Disturbingly enough. Hello. Yeah, that was slightly more embarrassing, the me in stereo. I think that is the better positioning for it. I think. He says, I think. But it looks like it's about to fall off, so I think I'm going to have to tighten it up a bit. Hey. There we go. Right, now I'm going to have to watch that. Yeah. I will have to watch that, but we'll see what we can do. Right. If the washing engine had gone through with 42,000 ton battery, 35,000 ton carriers, what would cruiser look like if allowed up to 18,000 ton standard? Well, if they've still got 8-inch guns, then you would probably be seeing the quad 8-inch gun cruiser. I'm talking 4 4s. At some point. It's either going to be 12 8-inch guns or 16 8-inch guns. Hello, camera. Thank you for autofocusing. And I have got something interesting in my face. So, if I move this back a bit, he says, gingerly, I can move this forward a tad. And I can do that. And then do that. It's not holding. It's janky enough it's not holding a position. But, you know, that's life. So, let's see what else. Ooh, that's a cool one. There you go. That is a cool one. Yes, the next office move will be... Yeah. It's still a lot better than the glare from the last camera. I'm glad. It honestly, the last camera was a proof of concept, because last camera was my original camera. And that camera was very, very cheap and very of its time. It was a lovely camera, but as said, very cheap and very of its time, and had been bought originally just so I could have something to quickly do Skype. And then this is the Osbot is the third camera I've ever bought for this sort of thing, and it's probably the first. It's the first one I've actually bought, which has actually been bought specifically for this, because this was just this camera which I'm using is just the webcam which I upgraded to when I was doing teaching from home. That's the one which is being used for this picture now. So this is that, and then that is that. And I have actually got a special docu camera that I'm supposed to use, which a university did purchase for me. But the trouble is with that particular camera is it can only deal with A5 sheets of paper, and it's done in such a way you can't even stick an A3 or A4 in there. It just doesn't work. Yes, this is full OBS setup. And so, yeah, basically, about some point this week, I cancel my subscription to XSplit if this is all working. Their vote is still going on. The vote on Patreon is going on. I can't actually look at it at the moment because I don't have my keyboard. P. I hit the P button. Yay, continue with Google and log in. I'm not sure what page it couldn't find, but it says it can't find the page I was hunting for. Probably because they've changed things. Oh, I've got messages now. That's working. Sometimes I get messages over Patreon. Sometimes I do not at all. And I have no rhyme or reason for why. But currently, if I'm looking at the vote, we have on 11... Steve Clarke. Royal Navy was supported by Japan successfully lobby for the battlecruiser to be a separate category than a battleship in Washington Naval Treaty. What happens? Actually, no, that's on 12 now. Mike 66, Jutland's sturdy battlecruisers it is Vice Admiral Sturdy, not BT in command of battlecruiser fleet at Jutland. That's on doing well. On 19, Norway still stands. Germany fails the invasion of Norway. How does this impact the war? So, I think we have a race for second place, and one of them's on 19, and then Blackman Maximus's video one of Norway stands is on 19. How quickly could the yards make a flower class? Oof. Very, very quickly. Off the top of my head, I can't remember the quickest time, but some were a lot quicker than others. It does depend on the yards. Hang on, let's remember where my quick search keys are. This is why... Yeah. Oh. Ay, caramba. Da, 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 da. Pardon me. Sorry. There's just so many of them, but let's go through some. Let's see what the fastest for the Royal Navy was. A fair number are laid down in September 1913, launched in either May or April September 1939, launched in May or April 1940, and there is one which is literally laid down on the 20th of September 1939. This is Gardenia. Launched on the 10th of April 1940 and commissioned on 24th of May 1940. I actually do have in my book, I worked out which was the quickest one to be built and actually did a profile of it. But I cannot remember for the life of me which that was at the moment. It's been a while since I wrote that section of the book. I think that's in about chapter 2 or chapter 3. Honestly, 96831, I don't know. I'd have to look through, but there's probably limited options. And so they went for the Sea Vixen. That's it. As for Stephen Richards, Lord Nelson versus USS South Carolina. That will be an interesting one. I need to look up this lower battery on the South Carolina. The fact that the South Carolina class is a quick search tab on my Google is quite disturbing to me. Okay. These were 8 to 12-inch guns. So they outnumber on the 12-inch 45s. But they don't have... The one of that is the 3-inch. So, Lord Nelson versus them. They can both do roughly 18 knots. So they can't... The thing is, they haven't got the speed to decide the range. So that means that if they get caught within... If they manage to get caught within range of the 9.2s, the 9.2s will win it for the Lord Nelson. But if they manage to somehow keep the range, using that half a knot advantage somehow works out for them to keep the range at the distance, then they've got long-range guns to actually do the job versus Lord Nelson. Diagnosis. Could Kaiser's shipyard technique for building ships so fast have been applied to destroyers and cruisers? Maybe even light carriers like cavalry ships? You see, you've used the phrase applied, and yes, it could be applied. Would it necessarily be applied to the whole build? No. It could certainly speed up certain portions of the construction, and it's not too dissimilar from some of the modern techniques which are used to ease construction of modern warships. But it wouldn't be necessarily be able to be applied the whole way through in the same way because of the way armor and other things are put into a hull. So, yes and no. But yes, it could be applied, but it wouldn't necessarily be as revolutionary. Team Locker, your favourite IGN destroyer name of the World War II era? The answer is I'm not going to do that because I can't pronounce it that well. So I'm not going to do that one. Represac. Force H got into a lot of trouble. During the war. Is there a single book covering their activities, and did any other task force get into as much trouble? There are a couple of books about Force H. There's a couple of books about Somerville, which are probably better ones to start off with, because Somerville's basically with Force H for most of the time it gets in trouble. And Force K got into definitely as much trouble. In fact, there are a couple of forces in Mediterranean which like to get in and go, which actively go looking for trouble and tend to find it. Knight 6831. Okay. That's a loaded question, but A, duty of care is a very modern differential phrase. Secondly, when you're treating someone with that illness, unless you can find a suitable hospital, you best want to keep them with the medical care you have available. But one of the recommendations they usually give is clean sea air to help you clear out your lungs. So, yeah, they could have at the time. So, yes, keeping him there was probably the least worst option. But also, it probably wasn't Trion's decision. In the nicest way, there's a large number of other people involved who would be making a decision before it reached Trion. And him to actually make that decision. Chief of which would be the doctor in charge of the ship. The medical doctor. That will be the word. There will be the word is law. And also, Jellicoe himself might not have wanted to go ashore. Mainly because once put ashore, there's no guarantee he'd come back and find a space. Ren. And this is a destroyer of the Black Sea Fleet and Patrol with Sebastopol gone on Black Sea ports on the Caucasus coast, friend. The future of the Soviet Black Sea Fleet is one of serious concern, since warships cannot operate without bases. It's a cool picture of a Soviet destroyer. I think got these pictures in the middle of a war always amazes me. Focke-Wulf F-190 being taken apart by the Royal Air Force. Yada-da-dee-da. There you go. And there's a more further commentary on the air war. And special transport aircraft. And from freighter to aircraft carrier. It's cool. This is a lot of. This is series 17, so 17 goes over there, and this is 13. Basically, go to the side of the line. 20 goes to one side, 17 goes to the other side. 13. Oh, this is also 13. Oh. RAF sweeping the seas, air war on enemy shipping. As is traditional with eBay, some of the stuff has come in some of the stuff is not necessarily what you'd like it to be. Some of the stuff is. Tanks, tanks, and tanks. That's a cool one. And this is a very famous photo. This is Philip Vian aboard HMS Cossack. That's the full photo. That is the full photo. I have got maybe that portion in my book, because that's the portion I managed to get hold of, but that is the full photo. And that's why I wanted this entire book series when I saw it for sale. Actually, at what point before 10:18 a.m. would Captain Toshio be before? At what point before 10 would Toshio be before? Before he gave the order, Banship should have realised that Shannon was too far gone to be saved. For that, you need to work out that one. You need to know what information is getting to him and when. Because it's a damage control procedure. And you've got a lot of information flowing around, and does the information reach him in time and timely manner? Where does the information go to? Who's passing it, or what their assessments are? So in this way, that is a question you can ask, but you can probably never answer. Because you need to know a lot more than you will ever be able to find out about what people were doing on a ship which was going down. And what people thought at the time, what was going through their heads. Because you could have one officer who's a complete and utter optimist, saying, yes, 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 we can save it, we can save it. And another, Singapore, another who is a complete and utter, how do I put this politely, complete and utter pessimist, is going, so we must abandon ship, we've been hit. So, you can't really do... You can't really do necessarily what, you know, do a sort of TikTok, a sort of time analysis, as we call it, not in the modern scenario. Ooh! Germans fall out, knocked out of, destroyed by Hudson. Patrol weapon guides an escort vessel right to the member of the courier's crew, and this is the escort vessel, a Flower-class corvette. Isn't that cute? That's a story in 3 parts. Just so you can see it some more. That's going in the book. Japanese troops, Australian troops. Actually, sorry, I don't know. I misspoke. They'd also fight Japan, but I was, yeah. So I said Japanese troops, and actually it's Australians. Ooh, New Zealand airman wins Victoria Cross in saving blazing bomber. You have got to be frigging kidding me. On the 9th of the 7th of July, 1941, Sergeant James Allen Ward of the Royal New Zealand Air Force was second pilot of Wellington returning from an attack on Munster. Flying over Zuiderzee at 13,000 feet, the aircraft was attacked by Messerschmitt 110, which registered the hits before being shot down by the rear gunner. Fire broke out on the Wellington's starboard engine, and fed by petrol from a split pipe, threatened the entire wing. The crew did all they could to extinguish the blaze without success. Were then warned to prepare to abandon aircraft. At the moment, Sergeant Ward volunteered to climb down along the wing in an attempt to smother the fire with an engine cover. A rope was tied round him, and he made the perilous journey by breaking hand and footholds in fabric. Lying in a precarious position on the wing, And in considerable danger of being blown off, I am surprised from an aircraft in the air, he succeeded in bringing the blaze under control. The cover was torn from his grasp when he endeavoured to move it over the leaking pipe, but the situation was saved, and with the navigator's help, he made the journey back to the aircraft. For his heroic action, Sergeant Ward was awarded the Victoria Cross. He was the schoolmaster before joining the Royal Air Force. Yowza! Stephen Richards, in your opinion, how important was John Harrison's Marine chronometer in the Longitude Act? Critical. It was. Let's be honest, it was the first breakthrough which actually worked. Everything else that came afterwards was based on it and based on its principles. And it was essential to what the British would achieve later on in in the Napoleonic Wars, and would achieve the entire time they were fighting. Chronometers were critical. There you go. Look at this joke. So often sunk by German Italian propaganda, Her Majesty's aircraft carrier Ark Royal continues to show that she is still very much in service. In a official photograph, aircraft can see preparing to take off the deck. And this is, of course, HMS Furious in rough seas. And a Soviet air ace. Mm-hmm. If the treaty signatories had the option in the treaties to convert ships into carriers and replace the tonnage with treaty-compliant ships, what do they build? Well, they did sort of have that option, but not replace the tonnage with treaty-compliant ships. What do they build? Who knows? It's going to depend on each navy, what they build and when they build it. Some are going to dive into it straight away, some are going to take their time. And also, it's going to depend on what they have to build with it, because let's be honest, do you really want to convert a very slow battleship to it? Because then you're going to have a very slow carrier, which is going to slow down your battle line overall. So it becomes interesting. How does using a clock in finding your long... if you know how... No. How does using a clock in find your long... Using clock help find your longitudinal point? I think I've done a video about that. I think I have. I wouldn't like to try and explain it without my PowerPoint slides, and I'm sure I have got those. If I haven't done a video about it in navigation video aids, tell me, and I'll add it to the Christmas series, because I haven't finalised the Christmas series yet because of all the other stuff going on. So if I haven't done that, tell me, because I've already got the PowerPoints. But I'm sure I've done it. Yeah, it's £10 worth of pictures, which I can use in my books because it was published in 1942. Ooh. Some very cool pictures. Now, if I remember correctly, this one has... the story in 3 parts thing, which I really liked at the beginning. Yes, I'm going to put that. Please remind me, I've put some to a side for me to do a video, pictures of later, so I can just get them done in the book later. Oh. Some of the vast armada nearing France. Invasion of Europe. Oh, good lord. There you go. Britain's Foreign Policy by Right Honourable Winston Churchill. Continued from page 155. Of course, each one is treated as a book. So this is series 24, number 8. So I need series number 7. Series number 24, number 7. A whole message from the Prime Minister in here. Goodness gracious me. That'll be material for me to quote. Specially drawn for the magazine. That's a good one. Ooh, hello. Oh, YouTube won't like that. Please note, this is definitely not pro-Nazi. Seeing as that's a captured flag by British soldiers in Latoria area of the beachhead, proudly display an enemy flag which they captured during the successful offensive. Yes. And that's a British cruiser bombarding the shore targets. Ooh. Go back. Captured a Portuguesa. Commentary on the war. That is cool. So that is series 24, so that's over to here. Could the acoustic homing of the G70 TIV Falke have been used in airdropped and or surface launch torpedoes against surface targets? I know the Mark 24 mine was airdropped against somebody. It could have in theory, but I think there were issues with it in terms of its they were worried. They did try and adapt it, but I don't think they managed to make it work in time because there's different shocks you go through belly flopping into the water and various things. So there's you harden a torpedo one way to deal with the shock of launch from a submarine, and then you've got the different shocks, and you've got to work it through. I think they had issues modifying up, but I think they did plan to. And like what would likely alternate names be for Nelson Rodney if they weren't named after admirals? Could Renown and Pulse be used if the ships had alternate names? Well, if Renown and Pulse had alternate names, of course they could be used. But seeing as that's not really there, you'd probably have, I don't know, something like well, what would you have? There's various historical names. If you're not going to use Nelson Rodney, if you're not going to use admirals, you'd either use kings, or, which you could sort of do, or you'd, in the British case, what they tend to do was either use kings, major battles. They could have gone for Trafalgar, etc. That wouldn't have that's the other option. Instead of going for Nelson and Rodney, go for Trafalgar and which other battle did I like? Well, I'd like it to be Camperdown, but I doubt they'd go for that one because it's not really an aspiring name, is it? Camperdown, especially not how the crew would mispronounce it. So possibly Trafalgar and Waterloo. Oh, cool! There's a filmed interview with the guy from Wellington. And Stafford. I'm hearing rumors of a third flight deck to join the Iron. Will the Queers be getting a sister, or will Bullock make a reappearance? No idea. There are always rumours, and we can always hope, but, you know, let's see what happens. We've got a general election coming up not that long to go, so who knows who could be signing up for what. Nice, Aaron. My questions meant, well, no, take it from you asked me a question of what they would do, would do, and I said, well, there's some issues with it, as my answer, and you have a specific but you expected me to go down a specific route. I didn't go down that route. Okay, so now you put in a secondary question. My question meant if the courageous and glorious for the Royal Navy, Lexington, Saratoga, and Kaga were converted, but those hulls no longer capital ships be replaced by treaty ship. Well, kitten. I don't think that's going to be allowed. And they weren't... You'd have to change a lot of the wording of the whole treaty to make that work through. Because some of those ships weren't even included in the capital ship tonnage. Honestly, no one's quite sure what to do about Courageous, Glorious, and Furious. Well, Alex, the basic navigation, how does it differ between air and naval navigation in the period post the introduction of naval aviation? I'm guessing the answer would be too long, but broadly speaking, it's a case of fixing points by the stars. You're either fixing points by the stars generally and trying to work out your position relation to them using star shots, and that's where you use the all of the gear. I'm trying to remember its name now. And in the daytime, it's checking it by the sun, which is one of the reasons why a chronometer matters, because you need the time. To be accurate about a position of the sun, you need the time. No, YouTube is not serious about that. They just don't. They just worry about that particular flag appearing anywhere. This one has no cover on it, so I'm not sure which one this is. But it's page 315. I'll track it down. Ooh, look at that. That's Furious, with her flight deck being swept by giant waves through heavy seas. I can't think why, with waves like that, the Royal Navy wasn't keen on deck parking. You know, the amount of times I have people tell me, well, you know, the Royal Navy just didn't understand the importance of naval aviation. They didn't understand the value of deck parking to aircraft numbers. And you sit there and you look at that happening and you go, no, I honestly cannot understand why the Royal Navy thought deck parking was absolutely stupid. And now you have Formidable. There. Doesn't she look cute? Clarke, speaking of renown, World of Warships now finally has the Royal Navy Battlecruiser early access given. Guess what the first two ships are? If they got the entire Royal Navy Battlecruiser line in early access, the first two ships in early access, they're going to allow either the middle ones, Renown and Repulse in her configuration, Renown in her modified World War II configuration, or maybe they've given you access to Invincibles. Christmas Day message from the King. Ooh. Bomber command at low level, going after the trains. There was a constant dispute between destroyers and aircraft over who was killing the most trains. Aircraft won, but mainly that's because the ships claimed that was by cheating, because they could go and hunt down the railways, whereas the railways the navies depend on the railways being built close to the coast. I'm not sure about that. No, it says American heavy tanks. Those look like Sherman to me, not heavy tanks. But I suppose compared to others, they were heavier. So I'm going to go for this has got to be Series 24 or later, because it's about after the invasion of France. Now I propose, like, how did they put these magazines out without violating wartime security? It's a really interesting question, but considering there is a pictures of Ark Royal sinking, and I have literally opened this and it's straight into pictures of Ark Royal sinking. There are some pictures here which I haven't seen before. I'm really excited to see. So, Jamie from Armoured Carriers will be after this book from me. Oh, good lord. Yeah, some more pictures of stuff. Winston Churchill on war with Japan. How do they put these books out without violating wartime security? Heavy, heavy censorship. These are basically propaganda manuals. They are masses of propaganda. But it's, you know, statement by Franklin D. Roosevelt, President of the United States, is included here. Showing the plan for war in the Pacific. Literally showing the plan for war in the Pacific. If you look at some of the drawings there. Then we have Saratoga. We have some interesting things for U-boats. And Beauty and Power. The B-19 bomber. A picture of Pearl Harbor, as imagined by British artists, I presume. Not sure at what point in the attack that is. Blackback Maximus, during the process of laying down the Courageous class kills, could they have been resigned with 4 twin 9.2-inch guns and 9 inches armor and good structure? Yes. That really wouldn't take much effort with that design. Honestly, if you consider the Neptune class, which I'm going to be doing a video about, which I'm recording this week, as based on the Courageous class hulls. The Neptune class design is based on the Courageous class large light cruiser hulls. So yeah. How many inches of armor is needed to defend against bombs of 500 pounds, 1,000 pounds, or 2,000 pounds? Depends on where you're putting it, but if you're putting on deck, you're probably talking in terms of inches, and even then, it might not work. You know, what level of defense are you talking about? Absolutely guaranteed not to penetrate, or most likely not to penetrate. How high do you want to place it above the water? Because if it's going to be on top of a flight deck of a carrier, it's going to be pretty high up. How's that going to affect your metacentric height? And you've used the phrase defend, not defeat. So there's defend as in, we'll stop most penetrations. We'll stop some penetrations. We'll stop all penetrations. But basically just look up the illustrious class and you'll soon get an idea of, oh, yeah, it needs to be thick. And it would have had to get thicker to defeat the larger ones. Never doesn't. Tiger, Jutland Edition, and Renown post-refit. Cool. I thought, why would a Brave class fast attack craft produce so few? Because they didn't want that many. Mainly because it was trying to work out what they were going to use them for. Oh, scout cars. Italians on the alert. Italian anti-aircraft posts on the Libyan coast, searching for sky for British intruders. Yeah, they shamelessly take the photos from Axis, from the other side's propaganda. Shamelessly happy to use those. Commentary on the air war.
Haven't found many commentaries on Naval. Might be the video ones I've picked out to read yet so far. National Book of Association. Series 10. So that goes down there. Number 8, Series 14. New Zealand Maori Battalion. A photograph of them. Tanks. Doing tanky things in the desert. Comments G3. Oh, that'll be a good one. Listen, would it be accurate to say that the line between the Super frigate had blurred by the time of the 1950s? To be honest, it had blurred by the 1940s, but it was always intentionally blurred because basically the sloop was able to do the roles of the frigate, but was built to naval standards, whereas the frigate was built to sort of hybrid civilian naval standards and could do the anti-submarine warfare role of the sloop. We will do our share. The launch of the USS Juneau. From W. Averill Harmon. Oh, the USS Hornet. Cool picture of her. Also, if you are very, very keen-eyed, you can soon spot where the sensors have been placed. Ah, what about training a fleet? Dutch submarine operating on the Med fleet. And yeah, destroyer leaving harbour. Oh, good lord. Torpedo hits on HMS Nelson. A remarkable picture shows the Italian aircraft which attacked HMS Nelson in the Mediterranean, and the splash of the torpedo it dropped. The Nelson was hit, but only slightly damaged. The aircraft was shot down by fighters. That's what they definitely claim. Cool picture. Veracity, I'll leave you all to judge. Watch over a convoy. A flying boat flying over an American warship, which was escorting a convoy. The Admiralty announces that the corvette Marigold has sunk the German submarine, which was almost certainly responsible for the loss of the Ark Royal. The mine layer Latona has been sunk. The Russians announced that in the Barents Sea they have sunk enemy ships totaling 19,000 tons. In Libya, a great tank battle rages all day in the triangle between Fort Capuzzo, Gazella and Sidi Rezga. The Tobruk garrison emerges and strikes to join hands with our troops holding Sidi Rezga. It is stated that in all areas the situation is developing to our advantage. That's on November the 21st. It's nice when it's going away. 14. There's a whole chunk of 14s. That's Series 13. So 14. This is the wrong way round. And flip. Series 14. 14. Alright. So I can put all these 14s together. Alright. If Germany hadn't sunk a Sleet Skull float, how would the ships have been divided amongst the Entente?
That is the issue. That is a massive issue. Everyone really wanted some. The British would prefer no one to get any. So it kind of worked out in the British favour, them sinking. But, saying that, probably you'd have been looking at, the idea was to try and be fair with it, and, you know, down to people's various, you know, needs. The French claimed they needed it the most because they'd suffered the most of the war and those sort of things. And so you would probably get some political scenario, but yeah, you'd probably be looking at the battle fleet roughly divided up in almost even parts, but with different nations getting the sections they needed depending on what they needed most. Seriously, what's the best armored cruiser ever built? I'd honestly be tempted by Scharnhorst and Eisenhower. There are some very good American ones. There are some decent British ones. But I'd be tempted by Scharnhorst and Eisenhower. But you see, the thing is, it's best for by what specifications, and I would go best by what status. And I would say Scharnhorst and Eisenhower are best by the fact of their criteria at the time, and they're living up to their the requirements placed on them. But there are others which beat them in certain areas. So yeah, that's a difficult one. Nighthawk, as the Type 81 tribal class of sloops, does 23 sound about right in non-declined British Empires scenario? Somewhere around there. Oh, sorry. Didn't realise my phone was still on. Why am I getting an urgent alert from NatWest? Oh no, that's okay. It's just Zoom charging me my monthly fee. Right. So now we mentioned USS Hornet. I must say I saved a link from YouTube last night on a documentary series featuring someone special for the Killick page on Discord tonight. Thank you. Hint, GG. Lions, did anyone ever design a vessel for the carrying and deployment of motor torpedo boats? And if so, how effective was it? Not for the sole purpose, but there are lots of battleships which were built with variations on small torpedoes and motor torpedo boats. The thing is, no one ever really got it to a specific level because you had other things come along. You could argue in a way the early ideas of landing ship docks were built around that idea as well, but yeah, they never got used to it. So I can see the UK wanting to keep Bayern out of anyone else's hands. Probably would try to. That's a Knight experiment. So really, in a non-declined British Empire scenario, none of the original timeline equipment is any use for it. Pretty much not. It won't fit their needs. Their needs will be very different to the needs which guided the creation of that equipment. Some of it will still probably look similar, but it'll be different in some important ways. Blackmouse, what if the Deutschland was sunk at Jutland? The Royal Navy would have milked that forevermore. Sinking a ship named Germany, they would have gone. I'm not getting any picture. Well, that's just I need both hands to try and get this open. Especially this one, because this one is one which a certain gentleman would want to see. This is an operating theatre set up in Normandy. Hello, Dan. There you go. Operating picture set up in Normandy. Battle of the Flying Bomb by Duncan Sandys. That should be okay. That's not going to get me away. Sorry. Can I move this so it shows it? No. No. Yeah, I need to spend more time in the gym. Less time in front of recording videos. There we go. Enemy convoy heavily battered by bow fighters in Helligand Light. I like doing that, bow fighters. Got lots of cool maps. But this is definitely 1944. Yeah. French and Americans at the Arc de Triomphe. Enemy collaborators at Marcias. So that is number 21. So that goes over there. Listen, if the freaks get the first French Bretagne, the Vasilis Continus and the two British 1910 class, the Andros Contourus and Latus Lambros Katsnosis, how do the Ottomans respond? Panic. Let's be honest, in that period, if the Greeks get that much, what are the Ottomans going to be able to get? They've just been on the losing side of a great war. They are crumbling from internal pressures and external pressures. They are basically collapsing in on themselves. They're panicking. So in an ideal world, the UK wanted war not to start until at least 1942. Which ships could have been completed on the historical schedule, and would the Nelsons and Hood have got their needed refits? Nelson's Hood would have got their refits, definitely, by 1942, so would possibly Repulse. And possibly the two remaining Queen Elizabeth class, depends on how desperate they are to swell up numbers. Basically, the plan was to refit everything they could so they could try and get to as larger vessels as possible. They wanted to get to 21, 24 capital ships as quickly as possible. And you can only build so quickly, so you need to also refit. And refitting the 3 battle cruisers, the 5 Queen Elizabeths, and Nelson and Rodney, that gives you a quick surge of 10 modernized ships to build from. And if you've then got by 1942, that was their aim, was to rapidly modernize them all. And then which becomes more practical as vessels come in, because on us way you can take vessels. The more vessels you have in service, the more you can take vessels out of service. And the R class will probably be kept going for quite a while to provide coverage in numbers while they're refitting vessels. So that's why Royal Oak have been refitted. The scenario becomes one of how quickly can we build ships, and pretty much the moment the King George V started and Vanguards, you're talking Britain will be launching between 3 and 4 capital ships a year, from launching and completing 3 to 4 capital ships a year at least, from pretty much 1939 onwards. Was their plan. So they would have at least 12 of those in service as well. So that could get them to 22 quite quickly. And so you'd have the King George V's, you'd have the Lions, and you'd have 2 to 3 Vanguards in service. So probably 5 King George V's, 5 Lions, 2 to 3 Vanguards, all coming into service before 1942, or early enough that you have that 1942, and you'd have those others modernized. So yeah, that'd been it. and you'd have all the aircraft carriers brought in, and probably you'd have found Courageous, Glorious, and Furious, the larger carriers, would be found other roles for. Maybe even Eagle as well, so they weren't put beyond the pale. Whilst all the aircraft carriers that could come into service would come into service, including probably a Unicorn and her. Well, it's theorized between at least one, possibly three sisters, and could have been in service by 1942, because they were planning on they were building Unicorn, and then they were going to build another batch to follow on her, and that's discussed of what that batch could have been. Strike. And then you've got the Illustrious class, all in order. You've got the Indefatigables after them, ordered. Indefatigable and Implacable, ordered. So you then, it would be their successors as well, would also be ordered, and would probably be in service by 1942. Jacob, when did hammocks come into use, and when did they stop being used? Oh, they stopped being used probably about... Honestly, we don't know if they have stopped being used, because there are some navies to this day which potentially still do use hammocks. Most navies don't seem to, but some navies are still interesting. So you cannot be sure. And also the fact is, hammocks are pretty useful things to have around for if you're surging personnel requirements on a ship. So yeah, you know, you might be using a hammock in that scenario. But when did they first come into use? Well, we find them going back... Honestly, we find them going back a long time. And when I say a long time, we think they might have been in use in the world of cogs. But it could have been slightly... We're not quite sure what they look like and whether they were exactly the same as we understand them. But saying that, I'm fairly certain when I wandered around looking at Mary Rose... they didn't really have space to... Well, they didn't... I haven't seen hooks. So it's, again, it's how widespread the use was and whether it was available and what they looked like. But definitely the age of sail was pretty much constantly hammocks as a good form of bedding. A useful form of bedding. I'd answer the question, Jacob, but it's basically, it's one of those ones where I have to give it almost a fudging answer, because the moment I give a definite figure, you can probably disprove it. Because definite dates, there are examples where people go, well, this might have been this point at this point, which is a lot earlier. I have my suspicions, but it's basically, there's a sort of this rough sort of decades almost where it could be. But hammocks were fairly firmly settled by the time we get to, honestly, Elizabeth I, James I era. Could Germany have done anything in the world of Washington Treaty of 10.5, 10.744 with 42,000 ton 16-inch gun battleships, 35,000 ton carriers, and 80,000 ton 10-inch gun cruisers, light carriers. Honestly, no. At a certain point, Germany would be building up for so long that they would never reach there. There's the interesting discussion that before World War One, the figures given by Churchill to Canada to persuade him about naval forces are actually, how do I put this politely? The thing he doesn't admit, and this is pure Churchill here. The thing he doesn't admit is that by their current building, it would have taken Germany till 1930 to reach up to the strength they were planning on building to. Soviet naval strength. Nice pictures there. Black Sea Fleet sails. And torpedo exercises. Never expect Churchill to give anyone an honest answer, a straightforward answer on those sort of things. A simple, straightforward answer just doesn't serve Churchill's needs. Nazi convoy routes under attack. If you believed everything in these books, you'd believe no supplies were getting through by sea for Germans. German vessel apparently scuttling itself. Oh, this is part 13. I'm gonna need to spend a whole day sorting through a day or so sorting through this. Oh, these are tied up with ancient string. This is series 26 and it's completely in order. I'm not going to unstring that today because it's a fine job. Oh, there you go. That was a bit of fun. So we'll now do questions and answers to the end because, frankly, this is going to be a fun job for me to go through. That's series 26. That's series 24. There. And that's series 22, which is also in those ones. I'm going to spend a lot of time, I must admit, going through this, but also figuring out exactly what I've got and what I need to get. And that's 14. That's series 13. Series 17. Hang on. Series 24 has managed to sneak in here. Number 1 from Series 24 has managed to sneak in here. There you go. That's Series 17, Series 17, Series 17, that's Series 24. That's bonded, so I'm going to need to do some work to get that to slip off safely. That's 24. That's 13. That's 13. 14. 14. Series 1. Number 11. Oh, that looks good. Oh, look at that. Japanese naval maneuvers.
US destroy American and Japanese navies by the official naval correspondent. Oof. That's an interesting one. Oh, look at that photo. Sorry. There you go. We've got Prince of Wales. We've got HMS Repulse. The American and Japanese navies. And this is from Series 1, episode number 11. Flight of the Fighter Bomber, the All-Purpose Hurricane. Now, that's interesting. So that is Series 1. Let's stick that there. It's all about series in a moment, organising series. So if you see me put the wrong series on something, tell me off. Series 14. Series 17, number 1. We have British Submarine Success, and this is page 145. Oh, it has Charles de Gaulle in it. That's disturbing on several levels. There you go, British assault craft heading for Larkin Island. But if you want a scary sight, no, I'll see this way. Charles de Gaulle. Oh, there you go, Charles de Gaulle. My chat box is in the way. I don't know why the chat box has a 600px in it. Wonder what to write something like. How long before we can digitalize and publish? My plan is to digitalize them and use them shamelessly. That is my plan. And there's a cool picture. The king reviewing sailors next to HMS Victory. In Portsmouth. In 1944. Also, look at this picture. And you recognize the vessel on the right. The chat box is not in the way, trust me, this camera is not that long angled. I do need to get a better system, and I will get a better one. That's Series 26. This is Series 25, so it goes between them. These are Series 17, so they go here. And this is Series 24, so it goes here.
Then we have Series 19, mostly tied together. So, let's see. That's Series 17. That's Series 22. That's Series 19. This is Series 14. Series 13. Series 1. I have one out to take a photo of, which I will do after this live is over. But before I go into the office, so I can before I go out and leave the office, and now I will do. But in the meantime, I will wrap all this up so it's nice and safe. Over there, and that goes to here, that goes off, and that goes to that, and then goes up to there. Hello everyone. Right, now I can get this out of my way. Hopefully, he says. Oh yeah. Let's get this camera off it first. What did he? That's gone. And then there we go. That looks weird. We might well do. And then I know what it is. Hello. Oh. How are we all doing? How are we doing? That was quite fun. For me, it was a very lot of fun. I'm not sure it was fun for you. It's one of those things which I'm going to, with more time, get better, hopefully, and get set up more. Especially as I've now proven the whole concept works in OBS. It is a new photo archive. Oh, that's that. I was wondering if either you or Drakenville will be attending the 41st International Shipwreck Conference in Plymouth next year. Freaking years like I was thinking. When is that? Remind me when that is. Shipwreck Conference in Plymouth. Aye, when is that? I knew there was something I needed to be for adding in. There's so many conferences I need to add in. Archaeology and Maritime Shipwright Society. Currently, I haven't booked my tickets yet because they're not on sale yet, and I haven't. But I was thinking about planning on trying to go because there's actually that last year there's some things there which were actually TV programs I was involved with, and it would have been political for me to go, or rather, when I say political, I mean good practice for me to go so I can make people happy. What I do love is I've managed to do this all in timing so that we've still got, there's 10 minutes left on the vote. So the votes could change, but I doubt they're going to. Mostly I'm worried about what's in second place in terms of the vote, because they're not that far off a tie. But joyous, they are joyous. Right, so
Let's put that there. That to there. That to there. So I've got that there and I know where that is. And I can put questions there. And I can expand the chat out so I can actually see the chat. Yellow. Thank you, Musty, that for the super chat, by the way. Did I manage to lobotomize the new smart camera, or does it still respond to sign language? I have managed to, let's see. It will expand in and out, but I have managed to get rid of the follow me. I can turn that on. I have got the app set up. I've now got quick key that I can turn that on off. So it's turned off right now for when I'm doing this kind of thing. But I turn it on when I'm doing the stuff on Twitch. Rapperozak, you should know that that stuff is just on eBay. Literally eBay and searching, and I saw that come up and went, I would like that. I would like that a lot. But the interesting thing is, the prices in them can vary massively. Massively vary in them. There's a pictorial history of World War I, Hutchinsons books, 10 books, which is 60 quid. And there's a pictorial history of World War II, which is stripped up into 14 volumes, which is £34 or best offer, which I have to say I have been considering, but I know how much is in my bank account, so I'm not really going to push that one. And there's another one which is 12 volumes, which is £75. And there's a 26 volume complete set of September 1939 to September 1945, which is currently £130. But then you can also buy, I bought all those magazines for £10. And there's currently 28 editions for 30 quid and things like that. So yeah, eBay and me are good friends. And I am basically, when I'm allowed to go on eBay, my twice a month maximum, I am putting in the bids and trying to get as many of them as I can. No, that's what you do. That's what you do as a historian. And then you search through and mine them for photographs shamelessly. What are we voting on? Patreon vote. Hi, Richards. Scooter, if Prince of Wales had been sunk along with Hood, what would have been the immediate long-term response and implication for the Royal Navy? Shock and awe, honestly. If Prince of Wales had been sunk along with Hood, then in the nicest way, every single capital ship gets accelerated because now it's a capital ship war. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Lions actually get built. Because it's going to be... The Royal Navy is going to search for something to blame, and the easiest thing to blame is going to be the 14-inch guns. And go, it's just not working, we need 16-inch guns. As and how they might even try and convert them to 16-inch guns. Or 15-inch guns as a short measure. I'm not sure which they'll go, but they'll go one route and one the other route. But they'll try and get capital ships in service. But also, you'd probably see you'd have to kill Bismarck, but B, you'd be looking at a scenario where the British would, under no circumstances, deploy any ships to the Far East. There just wouldn't have been any free because of the orders that they'd have been going around in packs of 3. Let's see. There's going to be photographs released from the interior dives of HMHS Britannic, including photographs of the Turkish bar, which apparently has been found to be in excellent condition. I wouldn't be surprised. I'm doing okay. Let's put it this way. I had my flu jab yesterday. I'm supposed to be getting my COVID jab, next one, in a few days' time. And please note when I say I'm having my COVID jab. Okay? There are lots of people who are debating this issue of whether or not to have it or all these things, and it's entirely up to you. I have the jab because I live with two people who are absolutely massively susceptible, and so far having the jabs I haven't, touch wood, been visited by COVID. And I've got two people I live with who, if they get a cold, run the risk of, or in one case are usually hospitalized. So basically I will take any percentage chance to minimize the risk of them getting it, even if they have it, so I have it, and that's it. I don't care about the politics or anything else, people, in a nice way. I have my reasons for having it, and I'm having it. But I'm not looking forward to the backaches that go with it. Every time I have it, my back aches. No idea why, just does. Right then, so let's get back to the questions. Is that clear for people to read? Because if it's not, I'll try and sort it out. I'm not sure how I'll sort it out, but I'll try and sort it out. Yes. eBay is a global market, but it is by global buyer beware. What other pop soda do you like besides Iron Brew? There are various people who in Australia would say they witnessed me drinking carafes of Coke. Because literally, I had a reason for this. Right? You couldn't seem to get bottomless Coke anywhere you went. And when I went in there, I realised very quickly a carafe of Coke was designed to fill 4 glasses. And I went, well, I usually have about 4 glasses of liquid with my evening meal because I've forgotten to drink all day and I've forgotten to eat all day. So I'm having a lot of food and I'm having a lot of liquid. It's bad for you, I know, but that's what I was doing. So I would order a carafe of Coke. And then my colleagues look at me and go, you know, Alex, we have an idea where your insomnia comes from. And I went, nicest way, I'm still insomniac whether I'm drinking caffeine by the nth load or not. I am. I'm not drinking it for the caffeine, I'm drinking it for the sugar. Just how many different shells does a dual purpose gun fire? Depends how many shells you put into it. Because there are some dual purpose guns, let's be honest, most modern 4.5 inch, 5 inch guns will have 3 or 4 different shell types. Ranging from shell types which are configured for AA, to shell types which are configured for anti-surface, to shell types which are configured for anti-land attack, to shell types which are configured for anti-small boats and those sort of things. And sometimes they will have different shells. And they'll also have star shell fire, so to give them light if they want to. But they'll also sometimes these days they'll have the same type of shell, but it'll have a programmable warhead or programmable fuse, which allows it to moderate how it operates, how it goes off for the target. Richard, it's the same with me. I don't. My view has always been, and I've always said this on the channel, I don't care about other people. You do you and make your decision. Mine has always been, I make my decision and I go, I've got those two to look after. I'm having it. And it caused issues. It wasn't an easy decision. It caused strains on relationships and with other people, etc., because of my choice to have it. But yeah, you make the decision, you do. I can't help but think in a non-Empire decline scenario, the Type 42 and 22 being the B3 size hull from the start is probable. But I can't help but think that the 2,860 to 3,600 360 ton frigate isn't going to be adequate for the job of the Type 81 replacement, even if the Arab Wars happen. I think it would be an interesting scenario. I think it would be an interesting scenario. I think there'd be a lot of factors feeding into a lot of designs, especially in a non-Empire decline scenario. You've probably got a joint design procurement bureau that's producing the ships for all the nations involved in order to standardize some of the procurement and some of the working systems to achieve attributes of scale. I praise that. Renown? Renown. Does the UK do the that? By the way, the picture was of Iowa. In case I didn't say earlier, does the UK do the same thing as the US, where all documents published by the federal government are in public domain and can be used for free without attribution? No. They can be free. They can be used. Let's put it this way. You can go and access them from National Archives for free. You can walk into National Archives, get your pass and all those things for free, and then search through them. But if you want to access them any other way, you're going to be charged. And if you want to use them, it depends how you're going to use them. Moses, did you ever design a ship based on a Chihuahua? I have been thinking of ships as dogs and dogs as ships as a video series for a while. Chihuahuas, honestly, it's got to be some form of torpedo boat, but I'm thinking it's got to be the Italian, because that's the smallest torpedo boat, the Maz. But it's part of me which is not quite sure about that, because I'm not sure if they were quite as... Look, Chihuahuas are lovely dogs, but when they are upset and annoyed you, they are absolutely insanely aggressive. And I'm not quite sure, as aggressive as the Maz crews were, whether they are Chihuahua level aggressive. And I know that sounds weird to come out of my historian's mouth, but it's what's up there and going through it. Why hasn't HMS Victoria been used since the Ironclad sank over 130 years ago? Principally because we haven't had another monarch named Victoria, and because we haven't built enough ships to just to come round to Victoria's turn. Magnus, have you played Starfield yet? And if not, will you? I haven't. I would do, but I don't have time at the moment. Basically, between job hunting to fill in the contract role, which I recently sort of don't have anymore, or rather I'm fairly sure I don't have, seeing as they decided not to pay me. That is, I am hunting. So job hunting, I'm finishing off books, I am trying to sort out my mom and sister, and hope possibly doing all sorts of things to deal with that, the current situation they've got with them being made ill. And yeah, so I'm afraid computer games don't happen that often for me.
It's kind of reasons why I like the Twitch streams. Don't take us the wrong way, but I keep them going. Well, and a good reason to keep them going is that they are my relaxation session for the entire week, where I get to actually play a computer game and have a bit of peace. But shh, no one knows. It's work. That's what I honestly tell my family. It's work. Did the Germans consider bombing HMS Victory in either World War? They did. Would it have had a significant psychological impact? It would have done, but there was also the fact that in both wars there was HMS Warspite in existence. And I'm fairly sure the same people who considered bombing Victory might have considered what Warspite might have got up to if they bombed Victory. Or more seriously, what the Royal Navy would have bombed in return. Because the Royal Navy would have... it was bad enough the Royal Navy seeking revenge for the sinking of Hood. Blowing up Victory, that would be a whole different generation of revenge being sought. Did the US, UK ever consider something along the lines of Alaska? They were looking at a 9.2 inch... either 12... they were looking at some 12 9.2 inch gun designs. So that would have been their variant and their idea. Again, it's kind of like the 6 to 8 inch relationship. It's a case of, yeah, the guns are pretty much about the same range, and yeah, 9.2 inch, that's going to give you a lot of far higher rate of fire. I don't speak now. You do have to attribute to the publishing agency. Yeah. In those pictures, I would attribute to magazines, of course, but I think I'm allowed to because they're published in 1940, so that's 80 years ago, and it's 70 years for copyright. Winter is a fun time to be looking at work. Don't worry, Gosma 13. Yeah? Kids come first. I recovered from earlier. Yeah, the question about the American colonel worried me. Seriously worried me. Today's Twitch stream, yeah, an American colonel asking that saying that worries me. Were shell loads for warship standardized, or did captains have some control of the load of that on the magazines? Theoretically standardized, but in practice captains have some control. Some ability to finesse. And still, it's the same to this day. Captains have the ability to... They get an official loadout that they've got to have for their VLS, but they have ways of finessing things. Within the certain parameters. For example, if a captain prefers to load an extra quad pack of, let's say, a Speed Sparrow or something, instead of an SM, they probably will get away with it, and no one will be too upset with them. Enjoy, Richards. See, Clarke, historically, did navies use different propellants and explosive combinations depending on perceived use? Yes. As a rule. But at a certain point, they started trying to sort of standardize. They start off initially having all sorts of variety of things, and then after a while they try and standardize in, and it's just different amounts of the same propellants and the same explosives to standardize and get volume of construction. It's basically, the arms industry starts off, especially with shells, as a bit of a cottage industry, and it grows to become the industry we consider it. Would it be reasonable to consider a conclusion that HMS Victoria would have been refitted at the same time as her sister ship had she not been sunk? Yes.
Thank you, Verdun. Thank you for the brew fund. Carlson, is the Guerrero class tracked MBTVs making more noise and damage qualify as Chihuahua spirited boats? That's a bit cruel to Chihuahuas. They tend to do slightly more damage proportionally than the Guerrero achieved. Same as Simpson. Now that we've mentioned the most honourable warship, I have a couple of clips coming. A couple of clips winning a 120,000 point battle with the Warspite coming soon. Cool. So anyway, if your book came out at the time of Destroyers you wrote about, how much trouble would you be? Mostly there would be the Royal Navy asking me exactly how I knew about the Daring class before they'd even considered them yet, and can they please have the design plans that I had in there in full. So some trouble, but I have I'm fairly sure people like Vian would be. Henderson was a bit shy, so he'd be less so, but Vian would probably be inviting me to dinner. Would it be accurate to say that the German IKL and HDW offered a large version of Type 209 SK, known as the Type 2000 SK, to the USN in the late 70s, had no chance of being bought by the USN? It had a chance, but the USN by that point was firmly going down the nuclear route, so it was unlikely to be. More of the issues would have been going to be where it was going to be built in the USA. And Blackman Maxwell, how did the rest of the gear on the interwar and World War II carriers work? I know, pre-World War II, sandbags, I used counterweights to stop them from slamming into the back of ships during the first attempt to land a ship. Okay, so at a certain point, arresting starts off as literally people running onto the flight deck and catching the aircraft. I kid you not. It moves on from there, and by the time you get to World War II, you're looking at a system of basically springs and pulleys. So it starts off there's sandbags and ideas used, but slowly they mechanize it to the point at which that they can take the increased weights. And that is pretty much, to be honest, the basis of the system to this day. Hydraulic work is a lot of them run on variations of hydraulics. But there are lots of different systems, and some ships, even in the same navy, are completely different to the systems of other ships because they're developing. Nice one. For the number 68 class and for free number 64 class cruisers, if the Republic of China had gone to the British for them, what would the British have offered? Probably similar to what, considering when they're going, probably something, but basically it would be whichever one of the cruiser types the British have at the time which fits them best. I'm trying to remember the number 64 class cruisers when they were exactly when that period was, because I have an idea when the 68 went through, and I'm trying to remember when the number 64 went through. I think they're the 8-inch and the 6-inch cruisers. So basically it would be, if it's where I'm remembering, and I am saying this could be wrong, because in the nicest way, remembering specific program names of the Republic of Chinese Navy is not something I have to do on it regularly, but I do remember reading something which I think puts that in the 1920s. In which case, you're probably looking at E-class for the 64s or variations on it, and a county class for the variation for the 68 or variations on it. But I'm not 100% sure, because that's from memory. Thank you again, Guzman, for 13. Let's see. Yeah, I watched 2 videos of loading and firing the British 15-inch gun and the American 16-inch guns. The American system seems to have more manual handling than the British. Is this accurate? Not particularly. It's about the same, but it's in slightly different places and slightly different ways. Because they had slightly different methods of semi-automation. It's the closest thing to describe it because of the various systems involved. So, because of that, you will see people at different points. And so, depending on what is filmed, it can look like more. You can look like one has more people than the other, but roughly speaking, they're about equal and about as manual. But it's in slightly different places, and there's a debate as to which is the better system. Honestly, though, the answer is to actually combine both systems, and then you could really reduce the crew, and that would probably produce the best system. But you know that's too much like common sense. It's far better to have a debate as to whether which system was better. Seneca, what could you publish at the time that we know today to get in the most trouble? Oh, the fact that the tribals were not good at high angle, they couldn't deal with high angle air attack. From my book, High Angle Air Attack, yeah. And something probably about not having enough pom-poms on anything. And that would get me in the most trouble because the whole thing, the Royal Navy was marketing itself as being very well prepared for air attack, and literally I could shoot them down in 5 seconds. Which would cause a massive panic. If I published that at the same time as they were building the tribals, they might well adapt to the tribal design. Because you could have adapted that 4.7-inch mount. You could have done. It would have increased the weight, but you could have adapted it. What is on your ship bucket list to see? That's an interesting one. On my ship bucket list to see. There's pretty much every preserved aircraft carrying the United States is on there. There is certainly the last preserved British-built battleship in the world is on my list to see there. That's, of course, in Japan. There is a very nice Swedish destroyer, which I would quite like to go see. And there's a fair number of vessels hanging around in Sweden and Norway and Finland. I would like to see the destroyer in Poland. And I should be listing off their names, but I'm currently having the largest amount of absolute mental agony you have ever can imagine from memory scenario on my head, because my head is going, I can see the ships, I know exactly where they are in the world, I know where they are in my list, but I cannot for the life of me remember their frigging names. Thank you, brain. That is not really helpful at all. That's just... Why? Sorry, having a talk with my own brain. What books do I want for Christmas? I don't ask for books for Christmas. I buy books myself in the nicest way. There is no one in my family who I would trust to go book shopping for me. I love them dearly, but I just wouldn't. Because in the nicest way, if I was giving them my book list, they wouldn't know what they were supposed to be getting. I have an Amazon book wish list, okay, which is literally the list of books which I want to get when they come out. And I 1 year shared that with my family. I love them dearly, but the message I got back was, you're paying how much for how big a book? And it was a case of yes and don't worry. No, my family at Christmas tend to give me model railway stuff, or money, or socks. Socks are quite popular. And humorous Christmas t-shirts, of course. I have lots of Christmas t-shirts. You'll get to see those the whole way through December. They will appear.
every single live in December, and probably some of the others, I'll be wearing a Christmas t-shirt. Probably I'll start at some point in November, because I'll probably take a couple with me when I'm travelling. Thank you. People remember the names. So, Blizankia is the Polish destroyer. Then, alright, what are some of the places in Norway you're going to visit next year? Narvik. That's just straight up Narvik. We're also going to go, of course, to Oslo. And we might well try to get up to Lofoten. Sweden. This is the trouble. Sweden has about 4 places we need to go. Norway has about 3, and Finland has about 3. So that, by my count, is 10 places. The trouble is, we've worked out that we need roughly, and I say this honestly, we need roughly 2 days per location for constant filming, 1 day as spare day for something when people inevitably turn up, and I love you all, but you do this. You do this, okay? You turn up when we're filming, and you're lovely. You let us film in peacefully. You know, you're talking to us quietly outside, and I go, there's this little museum just over there which doesn't have a website. And we go there, and it's great. And there's another one, and another one. And we have a list of about a dozen museums we need to visit, and we have to get on a plane or board again. So we are now working out how we are functioning in a literal day in every single place we go to for dealing with the "have you seen this place" list. We love you, but you absolutely torture us. No one more than Drac or Gareth. I mean, those two are wonderful, but you can make them, they look like little puppies about to cry when they're hearing about a museum they do not have the time to visit. It's cruelty. It's funny to watch occasionally when I'm not bothered about that museum, but it's rare I'm not bothered about that museum. If the torpedo attacks by the destroyers led by Philip Vian during the night had been successful in sinking Bismarck, how would the Allies and Axis react? Jubilation. But also, I have this feeling that the destroyers involved, if any of them survived, well, and they did, a couple of them did actually survive World War II, they would have been absolutely fated. And I have a feeling also they'd have had targets on their back from the Germans the entire time. Because sinking her with destroyers would have just been cruelty. If the Allies had started almost immediately with mining the coast of Japan after the end of World War II, how long would it take for Japan to be starved of supplies? Not as long as the Japanese would like it to take. But it depends how successful you're mining it. You'd have to have a lot of undersea, a lot of submarine mine layers, a lot of aerial mine layers in range. You'd have to have a lot of mines to be able to successfully mine layer, and you'd have to deploy them. So that would be a lot of work, and very difficult to do that close to Japan at the ranges you'd be operating at. The Free Number 64 class were laid down between April and May 1914. Scheduled to be launched 1915, April 6, 1916, commissioned between April and September 1916. So they'd be C class. 64 class would be C class. That's about that time. That's what they fit with. And the 68 cruiser was laid down in March 1915. Probably another C class. Honestly, the C class are probably what the British would be selling them. Or something based on that. Maybe they'd give them their 9.2-inch cruiser designed for the larger cruiser. Have them build that out and test it out. Then you're right. Are the fortifications that sank Blucher still there in Oslo? Yes. So anyway, I'm starting inventing museums and sending you in the middle of nowhere.
Sweden has enough museums. Hi, Dan. Just caught up. Well, if you want to go through National Maritime Museum in Gdansk, well, it's a day. Then there's a Polish Museum. Then it's another day. Yes, at least. And filming, it's going to at least be a day. And that's your remember. We not only want to go through museums, we want to film in the museums. That takes time. I need a Bruships on a recently published popular history before Christmas. There will be some books, recently published history books coming out here. I have messaged, emailed the lovely people at Pen and Sword and gone, can I have physical copies, please? Because I'm not showing people digital copies of books to review. Because it's not really a book. As I do it on video, live video, I need to have a physical copy. So I have messaged them and hopefully they'll send it to me. What if all of Japan subs were mine layers and aircraft carrier submarines were giant mine layers? How does that affect the war? The American West Coast would be a very, very, very interesting place to be. Because there are all sorts of advantages on the Americans have on the East Coast they do not enjoy on the West Coast. Santa Canaria, you do realise that if you do this in the UK or Europe, they'll probably stumble on a castle or an old church act and be very happy poodling around for the day. And I wasn't going to point no one out, but yeah, in the nicest way, it's very difficult to send us into the middle of nowhere in Europe. And Japan. And even America, there are places where you can usually find things. Alsace, it does sound cool in Poland. Shows Cap. Germany discovers Bletchley Park and launches a surprise bombing raid that destroys the code breaking machines and kills all the top code breakers. How do the Allies proceed with war? Well, for starters, then you're operating under the assumption that the Allies only have Bletchley Park where all the machines are built. And all the machines are set up. Now, I may not be able to confirm this, but I've always had a very strong suspicion that the Allies, A, didn't keep the plans for anything they were using in Bletchley Park, and B, didn't keep, might well have had more than one system set up, if you consider the sheer volume dealt with, and, options. As for the top code breakers, well, they were specifically not all located in Bletchley Park. Whilst there are top ones in Bletchley Park, there are not all the top ones. They have them spread about, again for similar reasons. So you would reconstitute a Bletchley Park somewhere else very quickly. Matt Farry, do you know any good books about the East India Company warships and trading ships? Not really. Not a good book. There is a book I've read and there's a book I've heard about which I haven't read. So I can't give an argument on the one I haven't read, and the one I have read I wouldn't recommend, because as lovely as I found it, it is incredibly technical and it is incredibly dry. So I found it useful as an academic going through it, but I would never give it to a student or anyone who wasn't going through it and literally having to sift it for resources to use for something else. Basically, it's the kind of book which you only read if you are writing a book on a topic. And even then, you probably don't want to read it. The computers were built in Manchester by the post office, because they were the ones who had experience building computers in the UK at the time, so yes. I know nothing, but I suspect Cheltenham probably was doing Signet long before it became an official side thread. And as Lightning Mitchell, the Polish code breakers were at another station. Yeah. Oh well, the East Coast has a very interesting waterway network from memory, which allows vessels to be moved up and down it in sort of in the intercoastal waterways, etc., and systems, which, if I remember correctly, aren't on the West Coast. I think they're on the East Coast. I could be wrong. I could be putting them on a wrong coast. But that would make it be slightly more difficult to mine than external waters. And please note I say slightly more difficult, meaning that you would need to land boats with mines on beaches. They would need to take the mines over the beaches and put them into the coastal waterways, in which case they probably go hand themselves in and avoid the war. Okay. Alright then, so what if... Oh, answer that one. Nice one. How long would the 8 DNA class and 13 C class A cruisers have lasted without World War II? That World War II, probably not long. Actually, I think they could have been gone by about 1942-43. But it's always going to depend on how quickly the Didos and their successors were built. And you have to remember there is a big difference between what Pound wanted to build as a light cruiser and what good old Cunningham was interested in building as a light cruiser. Pound was... This is going to be a conversation this week. Pound was interested in building basically a Dido successor. He was obsessed with the idea of the Didos being this great general purpose tool because they were small and you could churn them out in large numbers, whereas Cunningham was more interested in the larger cruisers. And then you have, of course, Mountbatten coming after that, who is Mountbatten. Bit of an idiot. If the Grand Contour Canal was in existence, what replaced the retired Dragonfly Fly and Insect class river gunboats in their old patrolling it? No idea. It's going to depend on what the Royal Navy wants to build. But considering the size progression of things, it's probably going to be something slightly bigger and slightly tougher built than the Dragonfly. Is there a good book on naval blockade, properly executed and badly messed up? There are lots of books entitled Blockade. Very few are on both those scenarios. Macklin Maximus, how much of a panic would Japan be in with the Doolittle raid, along with a British commander raid on the home islands via submarine? The trouble is, a submarine-based commando raid by the SBS is not going to be a large troop. So wartime information controls can probably keep it quiet. It's going to depend what it hits. If they manage to take out a coastal railway like they did in Italy, they're going to cause a lot of issues. They really annoyed the Italian government. If they don't... Actual Mac. In terms of Battery Park, I know the US were making bombs and other tech for it. Would it be a pain to use battery? Yes, but considering probably centralized in the US, no, it wouldn't be centralized in the US. And the US, sometimes their involvement in the technology manufacture for Bletchley itself is overplayed. There's a reason I'm saying this. as said, I have a theory. I believe there's more than one site involved, and I sometimes think the systems is basically oh yes, it's all manufactured for Bletchley, but if you look at the quantities that are being manufactured, it's more than Bletchley itself needs. And there's also the fact that the post office in Manchester and various other places are also manufacturing all those equipment. So Britain is building the equipment, and America's building equipment, and apparently it's all going to one place, according to the official things, and going into their needs, and it seems to be a lot more than they need. And I would say, I myself, instinct-wise, I would reckon you are dealing with more like 4 or so. But I could be wrong, and this is entirely based off my thought process following it. So please note, there are probably people who are intelligence historians who will immediately shoot down and go, no, it's only Bletchley, it's only Bletchley, da 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 this. Because, and you know, but the thing is, historians can only go with what the official record says, and if you go on the official record, that's the case. It's all going to Bletchley, and it's all Bletchley, but it just... Look, this is me basing it in how electronics and other gear wears out on ships, and even experimental gear couldn't wear out at that rate for that volume of usage, in my mind. I could be wrong, though, so this is entirely a naval historian based on some reading of some of the archive documents when I've had the chance and been motivated, visiting Bletchley and start reading some of the books and putting it together in my mind and going, that doesn't quite add up. But I have no proof for that. So please note, it's entirely gut instinct and supposition. Darren, Cunningham was not a fan of the larger destroyers in 1950. It was critical of town class in 1940. It was not right. No, by the end of World War, by the time he's first Sea Lord, he's asking for town class, larger than town class cruisers, the Neptune class, and that's what I'm going to be talking about on Friday in the next key ships. And he's a big fan of the larger destroyers, thanks to war experience. Well, look at how long it took the British to admit that Bletchley Clarke existed. I mean, I seriously think that Clarke the British were telling fibs and their code-breaking, really? How shocking. Yeah, the British, who denied for years the entire existence of code breaking and Enigma until about, well, it's come out in my lifetime. So in my lifetime, the British have admitted about Bletchley Park and Enigma and code breaking. And even then, they haven't gone into the signals traffic analysis stuff, etc., which was the far bigger and is still valuable to this day, the systems. Just the code breaking. And, yeah, all sorts of things. Also, were not Enigma type devices used in South America and elsewhere? Enigma type devices were used in all sorts of interesting places. Steve Clarke, is this last big intelligence secret of World War II? How many Enigma sites there are? Oh, good lord. There is no way we will ever get to the bottom of the last of the intelligence secrets of World War II. They have been buried. And buried well. I would say this honestly, but because in the nicest way, I deal with archives. The amount of documents which are scrubbed and destroyed just from the point of view of no one thinks they need to be preserved, let alone means that you can very easily, anything that you really want to disappear, you can disappear before it gets into the public record and is viewable. You know there's an operation. You know, it's like, for me, it's a Tsingtao incident, right? I can tell you in the National Archives in my notes, I've got it down, listed down, what the ADM code is and the Foreign Office code is for the directory folders and directory files, which give you a list of documents. Guess what? The directory files and folders exist, so this will survive. The detail, the information they talked about, the documents they refer to and they list, don't. Which is one of the reasons why I have to spend half my time going around personal archives in places like Oxford and Cambridge to dig out the people's personal notes about the events going on, which is why things like Tsingtao take years for me to work on. And people go, why have you not published that as a journal article yet? Why have you not published that as a book yet? I'm going, because I'm still working on it. And they're going, but you've been working on it for the last decade. Yes. But I keep finding more people who were there, and I have to go and find their personal archive if it's been reserved. And sometimes it's in Cambridge, sometimes it's in Oxford, sometimes it's in St Andrews. Once it was in Sydney. By the way, Dan, where do you think I disappeared one of the nights on the Australia trip in Sydney? As Dan will say, it became a bit of a running joke with the rest of the group, a ship-shape group, I think, where exactly I was in the middle of the night when I was awake and wandering around, and they were being sensible human beings. Alright, you would want an alternate site in the middle of nowhere. That way you wouldn't get bombed by mistake. Let's be honest. Bletchley Park isn't exactly in the middle of beating heartthrob of the country. Look how long it took for it to come out about the stay behind the caves at Gibraltar and those that would be entombed there. When will the documents about the alternate decrypt sites be declassified? A long time. Rapper, why did you choose to do a book on the Flower class corvettes and not Black Swan? Sackville. Literally, I wandered onto Sackville and decided that it was going to be Sackville. It was going to be the corvettes first. Carl Gasman, speaking of commander raids, was there anything like the Soviet capture of Iceland by Clancy and Red Storm in history? A large unit actually capturing land by sneaking in on a freighter? It depends how far you want to go back, because in the Age of Sail there are all sorts of interesting things, and the Vikings, of course, are well known for going in as we are humble traders. We are humble traders. We have axes. So yes, there are historical examples of it, but also there is a difference in the merchant ships of the Cold War size and the scope of equipment they can carry. And you can fit it all on one ship, and you can sort of sneak it in. But that's a massive operation, and yeah. Actually, pulling it off will be interesting, because if you think about it, all that air patrol would have to do is actually query the system as to where that ship actually is. Find out it's in a very different place than where they are. Go back, get some harpoons, and lob them at them. And it doesn't happen. Why is it easier to work out what India, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand would do in naval procurement-wise in non-decline empire scenario, where it is hard off the British?
It's not really. It's about the same, but you have to work out what the scenario is, how it's going to affect them all, and what role they're going to play in the thing. And in British, the role of the British procurement is not only going to be backstop, but also major power and keystone power. So their procurement is going to be big, or to use another phrase, bigly. Dan Freeman, I object to this characterization of being a sensible human being. That is slander and libel. Okay. Dan Front, do you know of any good naval history books on history of books on naval warfare in the ocean? Which time period? Because there is a good one on World War II. There's a broadly speaking good one in the Age of Sail, but there is not really a combined one in English, and the one which is not in English is one which my colleague who I will add this is Indian read and was hopping mad about for about 6 months, and still if I want to annoy them I just mention the name of the book. Or ask them a random question about its author. Because apparently they miss out so much. Although, to be fair, I have heard there are some other books which are fairly good, but I haven't read those. And they haven't read those in front of me. Whereas that one I got to first-hand witness them going, and me going, now you know how it is when I read. Them looking at me going, it's not the same. It is the same. And I'm not saying the name of the person who I read their books of, and I go, good times. You can all have a guess if you want to of what that person is, or who that person is, but I ain't confirming or denying it. Nice turn. Why do the British expect to fight torpedo boats in the Falklands? As our ghost events are two. Why do the British expect to fight torpedo boats in the Falklands? As our coastal defences of two British loading 6-inch Mark 7s, one quick-firing 4-inch Mark 6 naval gun, two quick-firing 12-pounder 1200 weight guns, and two quick-firing 3-pounders really enough to deal against torpedo boats. Well, how many torpedo boats do you think you're going to deal with? And probably depends on what you're going to deal with them. But the British, I think if you're referring to the World War II theories they had, was that the German population in South America would clandestinely get together with some of their torpedo boat, some of the motorboats they'd got, and would magically find the equipment to fit them out as torpedo boats. That was the fear. So it wasn't really expecting to have a proper torpedo boat come in, but a adapted motorboat that's become a torpedo boat coming in. Maximus, I noticed the Type UC1 has mine-laying tubes that are slightly forward-facing angle. If similar but larger subs are used in World War II, could the tubes have been used to launch solid fuel rocket attacks from the surface against land targets? Not really. Let me rephrase that. You would have to design the rocket to fit them. You would have to adapt them to be a sort of... Let me put it this way. You would have holes in roughly the same places and they'd be tubes. But calling them similar would be stretching the word. Similar would be, well, they are tubes and they're on a submarine. Because if you consider the conditions of launching mines versus launching rockets and the differences that's going to induce on the hull and the strain of the material, yeah, they're going to be very, very different. Black Master, if you could do a show called Yes Admiral, like Yes Minister, what time period would you put it in? Well, for me, you have to go for a period where ministers largely do a lot of posturing and are otherwise completely ineffective. So if you want to have admirals who are largely posturing but completely largely having to deal or being swept along by the world tides and what's going on, you'd probably set it today. Because admirals mainly get to tinker around the edges and try and shape policy from the edges. They don't really get to decide it because politicians will decide it. And so the admirals have to do their best to try and inform the politicians, which is a skill in itself, and then turn the instructions they're given into a practical, viable, operational plan. Darn, I think the Red Storm came out in the 80s, a little early for the internet. Well, there are some systems like the internet still around at that point, but leaving that to one side, internet in homes, no, but there is a system going on. But leaving that to one side, there's also whole database and systems for them to query on. And there are methods. They can radio around, and it can quickly be radioed around to find out where a ship is. And as said, Carl, that they did actually lob some harpoons, but mainly they were sprigged by wandering along and watching and looking at the ship and thinking there was something wrong with it. The thing is, they'd have lobbed the harpoons a lot earlier if they'd been able to check a registry and check the registry system, which actually there were registries available where ships were. You have to remember there has been a global ship tracking system for a long time of where ships are and what routes they're on. And that information can be was being shared by telegram in the period of Titanic, etc., and it had been updated as time had gone on. So yes, it's not internet, click Google, where is this ship in the world? But it's not that difficult for naval personnel to do so, should they be sufficiently motivated, or Air Force personnel. And in that case, they're Navy because they were a P3C, weren't they? So USN. Dan Freeman, I object to being considered that either sensible or human I identify as cat. To be fair on that one, you did practically curl up in every plane seat you were put in. And I'm looking forward to seeing you on a ferry in Scandinavia. Like, sometimes, Dr. Clarke, sometimes I wish we could hear your informed opinions on books you don't like or agree with and alternatives. I read many books and couldn't tell you if they were good or bad. I have a strict policy when it comes to Bruships and anything on the channel with books. If I mention a book, it's a book which I would recommend and wouldn't mind other people reading and would be happy to support it. If I don't mention it, no. Because I don't see the point in using my platform for negativity. And I don't like to use those words. And believe it or not, this is not me thinking I'm a massive star. Please note, that's not what I'm saying. But compared to the average academic, I think I have slightly more of a reach on social media than most of them do. And certainly on YouTube, than the vast majority do. And I don't think that is egotistical. That's everyone. If it wasn't for the elements, where could the former Falklands
Breech loading 6-inch 45 caliber Mark 7s and quick firing 4-inch 40 caliber. Mark 6 coastal battery guns have been reused. I'd probably leave them on the Falklands. That's the whole point about coastal batteries. If you leave them there, then it stops you having to send other ships down there. It's a force multiplier. And when you consider German surface raiders and freighters were still trying to sneak out quite regularly, and with Norway, etc., World War II gets interesting. You want to have those systems there. Maximus, how many mine-laying submarines would it take for the Allies to effectively mine Japan's coast during World War II? 40, 80, 100, 200, based on the earlier scenario. You're probably looking about 100 to 120. And it could have quite easily got up to 200 and 200 a sort of if you are dealing with certain scenarios, i.e. scenarios whereby you're operating from further away. If you're able to operate from the Philippines, Singapore, that sort of area, as you say, initially the first day of war, you could be, you can probably do 120. If you are operating from Australia and Hawaii, you're probably looking at least 200. Do you have any books to recommend on on the heavy presses of Germany during World War II and later heavy press program of the US? Not really. Sadly enough, some forms of air engineering history really don't get the coverage they need. They really don't get the coverage they need. And that was something I would like it to be more covered, but it hasn't. Excellent. If you're doing Yes Admiral, have a young Henderson be a young commander having to deal with Beatty and Chatfield and the staff officers of Washington. In the staff officers of Washington Treaty time. Oh, good lord. He was very safely parked out in the Mediterranean fleet at that period. I think the nicest way they sent him out for Admiral Alexander. I think. Take care, Tanif. What does the talk of harpoon ship doesn't look like? I seem to have missed the context. Red Storm rising, and the P-3 Sirion that goes over the vessel, which is taking an airborne division, or rather the bulk of an airborne division, to Iceland to invade. So, what happens when you buy a book and they're not liking it? To chuck or keep? First rule is, does it have good source lists in it? Does it have good information and good source? Because if it's well sourced and it's got good information in it, but I don't like it because I don't think its analysis matches up to its information, I'll still keep it. If I don't like it, if it hasn't got that, the next question is, does it have stuff in it which is useful, especially as starting points, i.e. The quotes you use at the beginning of questions sometimes, which are completely outlandish things, which are very easy to argue. For students to build up an argument against. The "how far do you agree with this statement" sort of quote. And then finally, if it is absolutely atrocious, doesn't fit with doesn't fit in either of those criteria, and isn't therefore useful for either of them, I will probably. Well, honestly, as a rule, I'm quite careful about buying books. I try and avoid that scenario. The scenario that doesn't fit in either of those two categories. But on that scenario, I tend to drop it off in the boxes that we tend to have at various universities, where you can drop off a book and go, if anyone else would like this book, they can have it. Pass it on to someone else, because you never know, someone else might like it. Right. If you don't mind a second, I'm going to check on a bird table, which I've just been sent a message and has flashed up on WhatsApp on my computer in front of me, telling me they're worried it might have fallen down, so I'll be back in a second. I'd rather do it myself than have someone come wandering into my house. Ooh. Sorry. Spade for how I put the thing in earlier. It got very dusty somehow. Ugh. Tripped over. It's all fine. That's good. Yeah. Hello. The potter's wheel begins. Oh, good lord. How seriously did militaries take, civilian guns and the Allies, take the threat of invasion of Australia, and how seriously did the Japanese consider such an operation? The Allies took it very seriously, the Japanese didn't. The Japanese weren't planning on it really at all. Don't get me wrong, the Japanese had a concept of operations, but honestly, do you realise how far the logistics would have to stretch? There is enough of a reality in the Japanese high command that goes, Australia might not be a good idea. And also there's the fact that while Japan has very good jungle troops, or rather experienced jungle troops, they do have the experience of Russia, where they fought maneuver warfare and found themselves being taken apart by the Soviet army. And this had of course happened in Mongolia and parts of northern China. And pretty much that meant they didn't want to get into a similar scenario in Australia. And Australia does have space to maneuver. It does have space to maneuver. It would have been a very interesting time with Matilda tanks. What impact the British plane designers supplied during World War II would it have had if they had heavy presses similar to those of Germany during World War II? Heavy presses? Well, that's interesting. I think Britain... Let me get this mount working. Heavy presses. There's a reason I'm doing this, because I have to check something. Now, what we're talking about is forging and extrusion presses. There is a small issue. With that. So forging presses, etc., extrusion presses. If we go to the forging presses, there is the Wynnum Gordon Company in Livingston, Scotland, which has it, and is still listed as one of the largest to this day. There are a few others in that period. So one of the things I think... So, what I was basically looking around and going, hang on, and the Wynnum Gordon forging press... I think is still going in the UK, the Wynnum Gordon, yeah, the Wynnum Gordon press is still going, and still exists. Oh no, not that. That one's the American one. Yeah, Wynnum Gordon is a company. Yeah, they built it, and there's the one. They were the ones who built it. So the Wynnum Gordon one, built by Wynnum Gordon, is in Livingston, Scotland, and is still in process. Yes, sorry, I was getting confused. The name of the press manufacturer versus the company in Scotland, and my brain is. Yeah, for some reason please note, and I apologise now if I'm not my usual self. For some reason, since I've gone through the documents, I'm not feeling as well, but let me think. What have I done today? Anything that's going to make me feel ill? Shouldn't be anything. It's fun. I always recommend having the flu vaccine. You always feel great afterwards. Probably that. It does give you simulated flu symptoms for the next roughly 24 to 48 hours. Always good. Always fun. Anyway, so basically, the point I'm gonna make is they did have heavy presses similar to Germany during and before World War II. Not quite the same as Germany. Germany had the biggest ones, but Britain didn't have far off. I think the difference is Britain is using them differently, and for other things as well as just aircraft. But you have to remember the British have quite a lot of jet fighters and produce a lot of aircraft very quickly as well. It's one of those things that's often forgotten. We talk about the ME-262 program, and that's always, put up there. But then there's the Gloucester Meteor, and that first flew in March 1943. The ME-262 with jet engines flew in July 1942, was introduced into service in April 1944, and the Meteor was introduced in July 1944. So, yeah. And there were 3,947 Meteors built. There were 1,430 ME-262s built. They were different aircraft, but, it's still a viable aircraft. What roles would a deep oceanographic survey vessel, ship, a hydrographic survey ship, and an oceanographic research ship play in war? They carry out those exact roles to carry on. You still need those ships, you still need that information, that data. Let's be honest, when you're doing things like those vessels, the hydrographic survey ship, etc., And oceanographic research ships, they're usually parts of amphibious operations. They go in and do assessments of areas before they're part of the information you need as an amphibious force. And deep oceanographic survey ship, that's submarine operations. Is the Doctor's mic cutting in and out for anyone else? Shouldn't be cutting in and out. Should not be, he says. So, that's an interesting one. How much screaming would be heard from Berlin and Rome if in late 1940 all Iron battleships got replaced by Yamato-class battleships, though with their secondaries and 25mm replaced with 4.5-inch and 40mm? Screaming. If in late 1940 the British managed that, that would be just screaming and panic from everyone. You know, at that point you would have nothing in anyone else's arsenal would really want to match up against that. Although the British would be sitting there going, these things are a logistical nightmare. There are a few other changes they'd want to do other than just the 4.5-inch and 40mm. Tech in the 1930s. Steve Clarke, question. Alex, if you had to control naval technology of the 1930s, which systems would you have promoted which were ignored due to prejudice of certain historical officers? Oh, in the 1930s, if I have tech control. I'd have gone with the deck edge lifts. That's the one critique I have of Henderson. I can understand why, from the armor perspective, he went with the centerline lifts, but I'd gone with deck edge lifts and the armor on the Illustrious class. I'd have gone on deck edge lifts or Ark Royal as well. Easy way of increasing air group size. An air group size is going to be useful. What else would I have gone? What else technologies would I have been sort of pushing? I'd have probably pushed radar even more if I could have done. And I'd have been pushing dual purpose guns. For all their difficulty, complexity, and judgment, I'd have been pushing them. So 4.7-inch dual purpose would be my major aim. Trying to get on everything. If I remember correctly, the Meteor is slower but slightly more maneuverable, slightly more lightly armed, but slightly more a lot easier to service. So able to keep up. You're able to maintain air hours a lot easier with Meteors than 262s. Wait, the Meteor and 262 were different aircraft? Manly, I'm presuming that was facetious. That was a joke. I'm presuming that was a joke. I don't think Mike is not cutting out. Problem is on your end. Yeah, so it's one of those things of, as Steve Clarke has just pointed out, German manufacturing was not as brilliant as German fanboys would like you to believe. It has been said that most common sound heard in a German factory before 1940 was silence. No, basically, the point you have to remember about German manufacturing, and especially post-World War II, when the Americans are wanting to build up their economics and justify themselves, they would go, yes, we have to have this because the Germans had this and it was the biggest and produced the best equipment. It's that there is so much of that in the post-Second World War scenario of bigging up the Germans to big up the victory and make it seem even more worthwhile and better achievement, but B, also because, and this is the greatest myth, you know, sometimes the Germans were holding the Soviets. If it hadn't been for us attacking them from Normandy, they would have been able to hold off the Soviets indefinitely, and therefore we need to learn from them so we can better prepare ourselves for the, you know, a coming hot war on the Cold War front.
And that leads to all sorts of interesting deals being done with German officers and all sorts of interesting truths being peddled. I told you, your joke detection skills are on point this evening. Yeah, I have similar levels of sarcasm. So, let's add something. Just quickly, I'm going to dive out of, go into this settings, and pick a different window. Hello everyone. Right then. Let me just check through the results. I have ticked the top 3. The poll has ended. So I have ticked the top 3 so I know which one's which. We have Blackman Maximus. Norway still stands. Win with 20 votes. And I'm not sure if my ticks... Do my ticks count as votes? I have no idea, but I ticked them. So, yeah, maybe I voted for them as well, but that wouldn't really change any of their results, so not really worried about that. I usually keep track of the top 3 by ticking them, so... I suddenly had the thought, hang on, do I vote for them then if I ticked them? Because I presumed I didn't vote for them because I'm the creator rather than a patron, but... Interesting question I will have to ask my colleague Drakenfell. Anyway, he doesn't do votes, does he, on his? I can't remember. Right, so, more importantly, let's get into this. Steve Clarke, sorry you came third. RN with support from the IGN. Successfully lobby for battle cruisers to be a separate category than battleships in Washington Naval Treaty. What happens? That got 12 votes. Michael 66, Jutland's Sturdy's battlecruisers. It is Vice Admiral Sturdy, not Beatty, in the command of the battlecruiser fleet at Jutland. Has come second with 13 votes, so that will be this Thursday's video. And Black Maximus, Norway still stands. Germany fails the invasion of Norway. How does it impact war? That will be next Thursday's video. Yay! And thank you, Michael66, for the very nice comment. Actually, you might have voted for them enough ahead, it doesn't matter. Even if I take them all off by one, the results don't change. Oh. So, that will go into, I'll sort that out in a bit. So let's go back to the questions. Okay. So, let's see what questions we got. Black Maximus. If the 30,000 ton press and vacuum Livingston was transported back from 1966 when it became operational to 1936, what did the British do with it? Sure, it was operational in 1966. Because I'm fairly sure the British had presses earlier than that. Because they did manufacture parts. So I thought that one was one of the ones still going in World War II. Or at least it was a decisive one. Maybe it's a modern one built on that one, but, you know. I thought it was some fairly heavy presses. Oh. This is entering not my normal area of expertise, so I'm looking this up. Or rather... the fact is the press... why don't you type press into anything? Seriously, you type it into the JSTOR. You type in heavy presses into World War II British heavy presses into JSTOR. And so far, most of my links that have come up are things to do with the press, as in newspapers. Oh, great. Well, that's helpful. Trouble is, my JSTOR account was set up with my access through one of my the employer who's just stopped paying me on this system, so that's annoying. Yay! I have other logins. Let's try heavy machine press machine presses press World War II, and let's see what comes up. No. Okay, I'm gonna do this again because it's fun to do this. So, settings. JSTOR results. So this is me searching through JSTOR, and this is what that's what I typed in. Now I can do various things in JSTOR. It's like all search engines. You can manipulate it if you want to. Heavy press. Let's do just pure heavy press. World War II. I don't think that's what I'm looking for. Sure, it's interesting, but I don't think it's what I'm looking for. That's not going to work, is it? Yeah. Let's do the big general search again, see what comes up. So, effort operations by air power strategic lessons from World War II. Well, that's not. Don't think that's going to have it because of that scenario. No. Good Lord, no. No. Deterrence and allied cooperation of Germany and Japan. Lovely. But not what I'm looking for. What we're playing? New Orleans and manufactured iconic PBY Catalina. That looks cool, but say that for future reference. I just have one of those folders on JSTOR. Actually, I used to have lots of folders on JSTOR, but I'm presuming they were locked with my old university account. That's annoying. That could be interesting. Okay, good. The inbound truth behind the failure of the Luftwaffe's counter-air campaign by Douglas C. Dildy. But the trouble is, none of these appear to be what I'm looking for. So, by the way, if for future reference, if ever you do see me searching for stuff and going, right, I don't have this, but I'll try and find some notes, what I'm usually doing is searching JSTOR to try and find out an academic file to see if I can find someone else's research and shamelessly mine it. Intrusion of all academic publishing. With a little bit of citation, of course. But, yeah. Not going to help me. Back to questions. So, yeah, there were heavy presses in Britain, I'm certain of it. Maybe not that one. And I thought there was something. I know there was some heavy presses. Vickers ran something, and I thought theirs was in Scotland, so that's why I thought it was Livingston, Scotland, would be the Vickers one. But, yeah. I have no idea, Melanie. But if the 30,000 press and factory in Livingston was transported from 1966 when it came in operation to 1936, what could the British do with it? Lots of things. Lots of things to do with aircraft manufacture and to do with a lot of systems. Add hydraulic. That seems to be a fairly common theme coming through. Let's go back to JSTOR. And let's add hydraulic. British hydraulic heavy press World War II. Complete your profile. Well, I'd normally describe myself as instructor faculty, but yeah, I'm gonna list myself instructor faculty there, just right. So let's now see what comes up. Oh, I just found a far quicker method of changing than I thought I had. Oh, that's good. I can do this far quicker in OBS than I could in the other one. That's going to interest me. Right then. No. Petrodactyls? Petrodactyls? Huh? Bibliography in the History of Technology, 1988. Have blue technology demonstrated right across the country. So, yeah, the honest answer is I think, and I'm sure there were presses, and they were heavy presses, or things that were termed heavy presses, in operating in the UK in this period, and they were used. I don't know. I can't find any of the documents which would explain that, though, or go into that detail. But it's one of those things that it's more a case of why wouldn't Britain have them? Because it's like lots of nations have them having them in the industry at the time. If you consider the sheer amount of British aviation industry and maritime industry and infrastructure going on, you need heavy hydraulic presses for all those things, for some of the shaping and the production you do. So that's going to be a factor in what the British are doing. So they need to have those things. Right then, so I need to now remember what Patreon topic that's going to be. The Patreon number. Just quickly while I remember. Because I had a great idea for the Norway one. And so I am going to put that title in now while I remember it, because otherwise I will forget it. It's going to be Patreon... '85. So it'll be Patreon 86. Right. So in nicest way, you should see coming up, for those who aren't sure, and schedule that for Thursday the 12th at 1900 hours. I'm sure you'll all get the reference, but you know. It's now set up. It seems the 50s and early 60s are easier for doing a non-declined Empire scenario compared to the 70s beyond. Why is that? Because we get further away from Empire. We get a lot further away from Empire. And the further you get away from something, the more you introducing butterfly effects. Ryan, Scooter's go. What do you consider some dead-end technologies a lot of resources were put into but never panned out? The listening systems for air defense. Although there's a reason for it, because a nice way, if you don't have radar, aircraft make noise. Boy, the poor Russian battlecruiser had 9 14-inch guns and 3 triple turrets. That wouldn't have been too bad. In the time it's being built, that would have been a fairly useful ship. German industry. As a rude surprise, they were able to churn out about 6,000 Panzer V Panzers on the 44, 45, being bombed and having workforce issues. 6,000 Panzers? Panzer V? Yeah. Including all other variants. About 6,000. Just think how many Panzer IVs they could have made for that amount of resources. Actually useful vessels. Actually useful vehicles. That's because they only went to war production plan in late 1943. Maximus, their website says no. Which website? Black Maximus. You've lost me on the web. Black Maximus. Their website says no. Well, it says no, there wasn't enough on their resources, so yes, obviously not that site, so obviously I got that one wrong, so I apologise on that one. But I'm sure. It's one of those interesting things because I am about as positive as I can be. The British have something. Have them. Because heavy presses are used for a lot of things, not just aircraft manufacture. You know, hydraulic presses are. used for all sorts of manufacture, like presses. Hang on. I think I've found something, he says. Possibly. It's on a JPEG. I mean, it's on a PDF, so I need to search. Document properties. Search. Alright. What? Can I open it? No, I don't want to search with Google Lens. I want to search the actual document. That's annoying. Two-page view will do me. Yeah, that'll do me. Help me go along. Yes, you're 67 pages long. That's fine. Let's see. Aircraft design, aircraft, the bombers, design usually is a widening need for planning of production. Shadow factories. Let's see, casting. Okay. Pressing machines would need to grow in scale to over 10,000 ton capacity for forging and 5,000 ton for extrusion. So this is the early 1930s planning and what they were working out. Machine tools, machine nose, inspection, quality. So this I've got a Journal of Aeronautical History paper, and it's planning of British aircraft production of the Second World War. References to by who's it by? Oh, it's by Brian Brinkworth. Okay. I've heard that name before. I don't know where I've heard that name before, but I have heard that name before. And it looks fairly decent. And it's all fairly well sourced. And so I'm going to put that. If you want to learn more about British aircraft construction and what was going on, there does seem to be presses. I don't know if those presses would still count as heavy presses by post-World War II standards, but in 1930 standards, 10,000 ton presses, etc., were heavy presses. So that might also be a problem that I am coming across, and they would have been called heavy presses by their time, but not heavy presses by our time. So I will put a link to that particular heavy presses. The one thing I will say that's sometimes a problem as a historian, and this is kind of like racing driver excuses, so I don't really like to sort of lean on it. But there is sometimes you read quite so many history books. It also sometimes you're not quite sure where facts come in and what you're quite remembering. But yeah. It's interesting. But there is a link below, below this now to that paper. How much difference would a free protector class patrol boats make to the junta's thinking in the Falklands? Probably not much. They might have made some difference because they'd shown some commitment, but not much, probably. I'm not quite sure about that, but I did find something, so I'm happy with the one I found. Thank you for. I will look up the other one though. You recommend? I think I've now lost that one, the James Mills one, but I know James Mills, so I can search James Mills now. And they had to have. They made tanks, let alone for ship parts. Yeah, the heavy presses were being there, but I think. Yeah, I found it. Consequences. Thank you. Industrial intelligence for operations and German expeditions to the Australian scientific and technical mission to Germany, 1945 to 1990. 1950. I mean, yeah. No, something like if Germany's not in command of Norway, then there are even more fighter aircraft in the fighter aircraft 11 to 12 group in 1940 for Luftwaffe to deal with. Well, yes, but also let's put it this way: those aircraft could still be not available for in 11 and 12 group. They might actually be in Norway. There might be a whole load of British fighters in deployed in Norway. It might change the entire outcome of that scenario. My sister says I sent for the Empire, but even I know it won't have lasted forever. I think it would have changed. I think in your scenario it would have become a more muscular Commonwealth. That's basically the direction the British were heading for. It wasn't going to be the Empire, it was going to be the Commonwealth. That was what the British idea was, quite advanced in terms of how they were going to build it, but it was going to be a Commonwealth. And you know, in nicest way, that would have an impact on things. Johnson. When I was working at a assembly factory which made parts for Honda, the sheet metal presses were 12,000 tons and 10,000 tons for the body of the door panels. Shook the floor for a bit there. I could be wrong in the rating, and they could have been tons. But that seems a little overkill for car parts. No, that does seem a little bit of overkill for car parts, but you know, it could work. And there could be reasons for having that. It could be to do with control as well. You can hear them thumping whilst the cavalry interior all across the complex. They're about 3 stories tall, at least 150 meter across 50 depth. Ooh.
Also, there's the volume of car parts you can manufacture with something of that size capability, because it's that's also the thing. Is, you know, it's the speed at which you can manufacture the number of them going through. And how much difference would 1 Feng Fei Hyung class, 2 Chao Ho, and 2 Hai Chi class, 3 Hai Yung class, 3 number 64 class cruisers, and 1 like 6 cruiser made in the 91st Sino-Japanese War? Not a jot. The sheer volume they are outnumbered by, not a jot. It looks like 30,000 tons were the largest World War II era. Germany had a couple of 15,000 tons press. I found a presentation on. Thank you. So 10,000 tons is probably enough for what they're doing. Is that 10,000 and 12,000 pounds or tons? I think so. I think it's tons. Honestly, I think it's tons, but it could be pounds. Heaviest press on record is 60,000 tons. I don't think so. I think the heaviest press. Let's see. The heaviest forging press seems to be the 80,000 ton China Erzong in Dayang. Which apparently exerts a force of 88,200 tons, TONS, or 80,000 tons, TONNES. Extrusion presses are a slightly different matter, and there seems to be all sorts of extrusion presses. There seems to be all sorts of details about those going around. But yeah, this is well beyond my normal area of specialism. So yeah, I'm happy to put up links and go and do research, but I'm not really happy to talk about it that much. But as said, I'm just. It seems interesting, and there is sometimes a perception that Germany has all this technology which no one else does have. But the usual question is, where did they get the technology from? Where did they get you know, especially in the 1930s, late 1920s, 1930s, where they're building up their technology. They didn't have an aircraft manufacturing team, sort of the program for a long time, because they weren't allowed it by Versailles and all sorts of things, and others were getting on developing stuff. That's right. Would you do a video on why alt history's become a difficult past a certain point in time? It's not really going to be a long video. Maybe I'll chuck one in at some point, but it's not going to be a long video. NetMC Legend 13 YouTube. In your personal opinion, what are top 5 best ways to improve the Royal Navy if there's a reasonable budget increase? I think there's a video on this channel which was a thank you for getting to 8,000 subscribers, or was it 4,000 subscribers? If I go to my channel, into my studio. $4,000 subscribers, thank you. Is the Royal Navy if I were Prime Minister. Yeah.
I have no idea what's happened in some parts of that, but I'm going to delete that. Delete that, because it all looks weird. Oh, and there's a link to the first ever Simsex bilge pumps. Oh, I might have to go rip that off and somewhere and get that. But yeah. If I put that, a link to that below here, the 4,000 subscriber thank you. I will put that link down below. There you go. Night to go through on that depends on all sorts of factors, including how valuable it's considered for India to retain the British royal family as their head of state. People will do what's diplomatically exigent, not necessarily what's eagerness. If they're in a world where they are where they feel threatened and they feel their safety is being part of the Commonwealth and sharing a head of state with others, they might well want to keep it around for a while. No idea what the 80,000 ton press is building. I was thinking, what's the deal with all those presses? Why does it actually matter? It's about your ability to forge stuff in quantity and produce stuff in quantity. Richard, you are the machine specialist too? No, not many are. No, it's a case of it's enough fun for me to try and keep on to in current with all the manufacture of ships in the period. I do try and keep up with the manufacture of naval aircraft, and that's why I have some idea of the presses and what they're used for, etc. And some of the factors that things they use for in ship production, etc. And armor used interesting systems as well. So I sort of have those, but they're not really my. It's a case of knowing it has to go through, knowing they are referred to as heavy presses, and then going, hang on, but what's their tonnage figure? What are they actually doing? Are they heavy presses by Armon standards or by those standards? And it's, yeah. So it would be research to figure it out and get it all put together. $4,000 subscribers was... Oh, frigate. 4,000 subscribers was June 2020. 25th of June. Goodness gracious me. That was a long time ago. That video in its entire life has earned me £6.50. And 14 new subscribers. I do love the analytics mode, but it hasn't actually had anyone watch it in the last. No one has actually watched it in the last 2 days. When was the last time someone watched it? Let's see if I can find the details of when was the last time audience. When was the last time someone watched it? Let's go last 7 days. Someone watched it on the 6th of October. But no one's watched it since, theoretically. And prior to that, it was not the it was the 2nd of October when it was watched. Goodness gracious me. It's really quite weird going, oh good lord, it peaked at 6 people watching it on the 20th of September. I should not be distracted by this video. I will exit that and leave. What bend the steel plates of ships? Now, that depends on... Some of the plates are manufactured with a curve. Some of the plates are heated and bent. Some are bent in place using basically rivets, etc., and forced to get to the keel. But it depends, basically. Which ship? And also, there's other tricks. Can I find a good picture? It is usually, again, the hydraulic press you use again. But... and rolling, there's things like rolling presses, etc., which tend to be used for making it into a curve, by the way. Again. But, is there a decent picture? Is there a decent picture? Is there a decent picture? Is there a decent picture that I can use? Is there a decent picture? That's all wood. That's not what I'm looking for. I'm singing to myself now, aren't I? I know. I am now must be either tired or not feeling very well if I'm starting to sing to myself. It's funny when you notice the things going on, you go, yeah, that happens when I'm not in that scenario. That's not really a good picture. No, that's on Cora. I'm not going to go for that. But oh goody, ResearchGate. So now if I change this one to that's not that. So you go to that. You're being weird. That will do. So, as you can see, various forms of presses, and used to shape a ship's hull, shape the metal on a ship's hull. Some decent pictures from ResearchGate there. It's close to 11 PM. Yeah, it is 11 PM. And, yeah. There's also those giant English wheels to bend whole plates of the ship's hull, yes. But there's basically a number of systems which are used. There's almost as many different systems available for pressing and shaping a ship's hull as there are different shapes of hull you're going to go with. Because, especially when you're dealing with volume construction, you're going to have a specialist tool for that, because you're going to have to do that same thing many, many times. But the amount of ships which are one-offs or require specialist bits, especially when you're replacing sections of a ship's hull, you have to have all sorts of different components to build that one-off component, and you need that for a ship. It's valuable enough for you to do it, and for you to have components which you can muck around for that. Clarke, nuclear weapons are horrible and dropping 200 pounds appalling. However, am I correct that the casualty estimates for both sides were much higher than has there been much higher had there been an invasion of the homelands? Yes, it would have been astronomically higher. That does Stafford. The automated manufacturing systems is why I have such automated systems in my concepts for munition handling in magazines. Speed, efficiency, and robots in place of people. Yeah, and if you look at Queen Elizabeth class, they're exactly that. That's what they are. Sorry. My ear was weird. That's Gary Front. Why were the C-class and Daniel class cruisers selected to be anti-aircraft cruisers and the Emerald class or cruisers not? Because the E-class cruisers were still in use and still useful in their in a sort of secondary light cruiser role, whereas C-class and Daniel class were really not useful enough in their secondary role. They were more useful as AA cruisers, and so they were older, and so they were easy to convert. Yes, it is close to 11 o'clock. It's actually 11 o'clock. MC Legend 13 YouTube. If US actually built the Tillman class, how would the RNIGN response be like? Would the IJN even be able to respond building their motors or a stretch their infrastructure? Their infrastructure in 1920s is actually arguably in a better place to respond than their infrastructure was in the 1940s and late 1930s, 1940s, because their infrastructure is used to a level of construction at that point, whereas it's going to go dormant for a few years in terms of ship construction. So they would respond. What they would respond with is open to debate, but I think the vessels I've already gone through as would probably be in their response. They'd probably continue with their existing plans. The British would have looked at a Tillman, considered its speed, its movement, and what they were doing, and would have designed something appropriately. Basically, expect to see some supersized version of the N-Freeze and G-Freeze coming out, or whatever they're producing with those. But they would probably look at the Americans and go, you really want to do this? Fine. I think it's almost in a year of technology, you need to do a video on metal bashing to make ships. The main reason I haven't done a video on it is honestly because the sheer quantity and the knowledge that whatever I do say on the topic will not be as good as I hope it to be if I get to do what I want next year. Because next year I was trying to get some shipyard visits for this year, and I want to do some filming in the shipyards. I didn't manage to get it done. Various reasons it hasn't been possible. It's like all sorts of things have had to be moved around and reorganised because of everything else that's gone on here. So, pretty much, I'm hoping to next year get some shipyard visits in and do some recording in the shipyards and then talk about it then. So, it probably won't be featured this year, but it'll be worked into next year, as I don't think anyone will complain it's showing up with an appropriate shipyard visit. I think it coming in as a Friday video or something at some point, no one will be upset with. Out of the 4 1944 Lion class that we know about, would have been chosen for the Lion class successors? You talk about what names have been chosen for the Lion class successors, because honestly, that's going to depend a lot on what happens. But pretty much, their successors look at who they're going to replace, and they've got to go for a similar caliber of names. The King George V class are the growth. The Lion class are the R replacements. The next class of battleships after Lions are going to have to replace the Queen Elizabeth class, which means they're going to have to replace names like Warspite, Valiant, Queen Elizabeth, Malaya, Barham. Those are names of a lot of history. So you're going to look for an equivalent level of history. Simply put, Stafford Constant, why didn't the Ramsey dust off the G3 plans and replace B and C turret with RAM systems, then build half a dozen when the Kirovs were launched? Money and government action investment. MC Legend voting in is there a ship design that has a worse turret layout than the G3 entries? Okay, so this is a point I'm going to make. I have big problems with the G3 entry design layout of the guns because I don't like the guns being buried at our position, and I think they would have been moved around. I think that before they've been built, before they've been completed, it would have been done. There was already some placements, and the nicest way to plan for the F3s does not come from nowhere, and the plan for Nelson and Rodney does not come from nowhere. So my theory often has been that the N3s might end up with the Nelrod formation, and the G3s would end up with the F3 formation, i.e. the higher aim, basically low, low, high, A, B, low, A, B, deck height, C, higher. But in terms of worse formation, there are lots of ships which have issues with their guns. And I, as you know, have a massive problem with wing turrets. Because, especially hexagonal wing turrets, when you can only use 4 out of your 6 guns on any one side. And, yeah, you can't, there's so many issues with that. In terms of efficiency, there are issues. Right. English wheels off a small piece of metal. Yes and no. Polonius, armor plate, there was a 12,000 ton press at Beardmore's Forge shop in Battleship Builders. Yeah. As said, I'm fairly sure there are presses around and they were heavy presses, so yeah. I don't feel bad. I don't feel wrong about saying that. I'm just sitting there trying to think about whether there's a specific definition of a heavy press and they don't fall in it because they're only 12,000 or. But yeah, the largest at the time seemed to be 15,000 plus, so I don't think 12,000 is that far below. In a non-Empire decline scenario, what warship type would the names of the Emperor of India and Empress of India be used on in the Cold War? Okay, it's going to depend. A, whether it's a king or a queen, which one is used. Let's be honest, Queen Elizabeth II, it's going to be a queen, so it'll be Empress of India, not Emperor of India. They'll be used, if they're using one, unless they're naming it for a father, in which case it'll be Emperor of India. And they will... You will either have it on an aircraft carrier or a cruise liner. 30,000 tons seems to be the largest World War II era. Yes. As I said, 15,000 tons plus. I couldn't remember which the actual figure was. But I remember it was roughly 15,000 tons plus. I wasn't that far off in that one, because 30,000 tons is more than 15,000 tons. My brain is petering a bit. But, yeah. Not sure. 12,000 tons that can bend armor plate. That seems a fairly heavy duty press to me. But no, I think I would have to do some more research on that. It will be fun. It will be fun. So I thought, listening to you and Space Doc talk about the ISD Inventor, you two need to have a collaboration for sure. Oh, that'd be cool. I haven't been asked for a sci-fi collaboration. I'll have a look at that one at the Battleship Constructors. I've got it, the book somewhere in here. I think it's up there. So, Clarke, if people can't envision the size of a steam hammer, it's about the size of a 20-foot container and weighs about 200 tons. I know because I remember messing about on them as a child. Everyone, oh yes, but half the chat on Sonics. I had left the voice chat this week at 2ish, and there were pictures from Brits until 3 or 4 UK time. Right, it is 11:15, and I am theoretically have to be awake. I'm going to be at least recording a load of videos tomorrow. I don't technically have work for tomorrow at the moment, but I do have videos and stuff for all of you to do for the channel, and books to organise, and a whole load of magazines to go through. So I will say thank you very much for watching. I'm going to shut down the Q&A now after answering Night Security last question. Would the same problem of getting further away from the Empire be more of a problem or less of a problem for France and the Dutch? Probably about the same, but in different ways. That's the honest answer. You know, these things very rarely are less troublesome. They are usually about the same. Oh, I like that. You see, with OBS, I have a chat thing which comes up automatically, which is rather nice. We were on Discord until 3 AM on a Thursday, Alex. I think we were, roughly, yes. I think I was chatting away for quite a while. I don't know. I see now how one would get addicted to eBay. Oh, yeah. I got all my N-gauge models from eBay. All my N-gauge models. I keep looking at the Hutchinsons Pictorial History of the War for £129 and thinking, I really can't. I really, really can't. I really can't. But it's so cute, and it's the entire books collection. Right. Thank you, Paul Amos. Thank you, Calvin. Thank you, Atris Verdun. Thank you, Jacobs. Thank you, Stafford. Thank you, Albert. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, DG40. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Steve Clarke. Thank you, Runon. Thank you, De Brock. Thank you. I've said Melanie. Thank you, Melanie. Thank you, Dan. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, everyone who's been on this evening. Thank you, Joss Vonk, Leslie Mitchell, Dick Richards, Danny Wright, Constant Drowsiness. Thank you, everyone, for being on this evening and chatting away, and I hope you've enjoyed it. And yeah. this has been an OBS stream. Let's see if it keeps working. So, let me do that. And I'm going to do that. Go. Yeah, Discord chat is fun. Yes, and pretty much every Thursday I do turn up in Discord and chat after the live. Hi, Josway. Sorry you got here too late. But you know, hope Ian Morrison, and thank you everyone. Sorry I'm off now, but it is 11:15 for me, so I'm going to head off to get some snooze. Take care, everyone. Thank you very much for watching, and toodles. I'm hungry. Oh, monkey nuts. If I keep living off these on Iron Brew, I'm going to turn into an orange monkey. I will literally turn into an orange monkey. I don't know. Da da dee da dee 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 dee.